originalmente speakers have reserved seats. If you want the speakers, Pierre, Sean, you want to sit? Oh, you already have. Okay. And so you, we start when you're ready. Okay, Peter.
Yeah, Francis. That's
Catherine and Peter. Peter.
Buenos días. Good morning. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias for attending our side event. Let's be nice to coral reefs. Thank you to the Coral Pavilion, to the International Coral Reef Initiative for the kind hospitality today. My name is Isabel, and together with Remy Parmentier, I will be your co-facilitator for today. Remy and I are coordinating the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean initiative, which we launched a year ago already to promote actionable proposals in preparation for the upcoming UN Ocean Conference in the nice city of Nice in France in June 2025. Making ocean protection the norm, not the exception, is how we summarize our proposal. We call this the protection principle, and I invite all of you to check this out on our website, let's be nice to the ocean.org, and also on the QR code where you can find all the information. So Let's Be Nice to the Ocean, it's an initiative that is supported by 7 partners, and as of to date, we already have 70 associated stakeholders which are supporting the protection principle. So we can now refer to Let's Be Nice to the Ocean as a movement. And movement is what the ocean needs. And this movement in support of ocean protection will keep growing during the 8 months left before the UNOC, the 3rd UN Ocean Conference begins. Indeed, the International Coral Reef Protection, it's a member of the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean movement, and we heard their coordinator, Francis Stock, in Monaco, during the Monaco Ocean Week in March 2024, to cite that they're seeking a target of 100 protection of coral reefs. So this segment will be divided, this session will be divided into 3 segments. Number 1, coral reefs, guardian of marine biodiversity and coastal protection, which is an overview of why being nice to coral reefs is important. We are very honored to have Ambassador Peter Thompson, Special Envoy for the Ocean of the UN Secretary General, and Catherine Arroyo, Executive Director of Marviva in Costa Rica. This segment will be facilitated by Remy Parmentier. Second segment, we will talk about justice for coral reefs, enforcing protection against plastic proliferation. This segment will feature the issue of plastic proliferation and its impact on coral reefs. We are honored to have Siri Yunt, head of the UNODC's Global Maritime Crime Program, which is also an associated member of Let's Connect to the Ocean. And we will have Ante Abbo, which is head of international policy at the Tara Ocean Foundation, also an original partner of our initiative, Let's Be Nice, and I will be the facilitator of this segment. And finally, the third segment, we discuss bottom trolling's lasting destruction of coral reefs, which we will highlight the devastating impact of bottom trawling to coral habitats. We are very pleased to have Sean Owen, the Executive Director of the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition, also a member of the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean movement, and Pierre Tenet, Global Head of Public Affairs and Policy at IATA, as well as Daniel Cáceres from the Sustainable Ocean Alliance. And this segment will be facilitated also by Remy. So, Remy, for the first segment, you have the floor.
Thank you, gracias Isabel. Oh, yes. So, gracias Isabel. Thank you, Ambassador Thompson and Catherine Arroyo for making the time. Because we are hosted by ICRI in the Four Coral Pavilion, I think we don't really need to explain why coral reefs are guardians of marine biodiversity and coastal protection, nor what the main threats are. We all know that that approximately 25% of marine biodiversity relies on healthy coral reefs, which are affected by multiple threats, including climate change, and that coral reefs protect humans and islands and coasts. What I'd like you two to focus, therefore, is on the one hand, what CBD parties can do about this situation, and also whether, in your opinion, the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice can do something real about it. So, Ambassador Thompson, you are as we said, the UNSG Special Envoy for the Ocean, very involved in the UN Ocean Conference since the first edition, which took place during your tenure as President of the UNGA. Maybe I can say that I was cooking together with you in the kitchen in those days when we prepared the first UN Ocean Conference in New York. And Catherine Arroyo, you are the voice of Marviva, a very active NGO from Costa Rica. Costa Rica, the co-chair of the third UN Ocean Conference. So I'll ask Catherine to express her expectations, and then Peter, you give your own thoughts in response afterwards. So, Catherine, adelante. Whatever you feel more comfortable.
Bueno, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Es un gusto saludarles esta mañana. Good morning. Thanks, Remy and Isabel, for providing us the opportunity to share our perspectives and expectations in relation to, well, the ongoing negotiations at the COP and what's going to happen at UNOC, and how these meetings can support effective coral conservation and restoration. It is also a great honor to share the discussions with Ambassador Peter Thompson and all the panelists that are joining us today. So I want to set up the context, and I want to say I represent Malviva. Malviva is a Latin American organization. We're based in Costa Rica, Panama, and Colombia. And our work is focused in the Eastern Tropical Pacific, both the exclusive economic zones of these countries and the high seas. Our actions for over 20 years have relied on sound scientific evidence, on effective local and national engagement to implement different types of strategies, projects, activities to support effective coastal conservation and sustainability. And it is important to us to participate in these meetings and to advocate before the international community to make sure that these discussions are relying on the actual and the correct assumptions they should be guided in. For instance, they should be guided under sound scientific evidence, under the right or observing relevant international legal frameworks. So in that context, we greatly appreciate coherent discussions in high-level decision-making spaces, because that enable us to ensure ocean action being effective at the national and local scopes. So I have to say that, speaking from a context in which it is particularly challenging to implement sound ocean governance, I do expect parties in both these discussions, COP and UNEP next year, to recall the importance of managing ocean ecosystems in accordance with an ecosystem-based approach. It must be the key guiding principle, the key guiding approach to advance towards the governance that we need, the governance frameworks that we need to ensure effective ocean action. Of course, to support coral conservation or restoration, for instance. So this ecosystem-based approach, when we refer to it in the context of coral reefs conservation, it means acknowledging the ecosystem services they provide to humanity, addressing connectivity within regulatory frameworks, relying on precaution, but also on protection. I think precaution hasn't been enough. Gathering data and implementing monitoring mechanisms, conducting analysis in regards to this data. And it's great because all these principles, when they come together, they translate into a comprehensive management tool that's also important for it to have a higher level within these discussions, which is marine spatial planning. So marine spatial planning, it is an expression of the ecosystem approach. It is key to define and implement the urgent restoration and protection measures that corals need. And I do think that we may have mistakenly assumed that the ecosystem approach is well implemented, even well understood within stakeholders, especially at the national level. We've had experiences in 3 countries, but I always recall an experience during the consultation process for the expansion of Cocos Island, and there were discussions between the governmental sector because they disagree on what conservation means. So openly, the fishing authority would say, we understand conservation is this and that, but the environmental authority thinks it completely different, and that makes no sense for us. Okay, so we have to check again those assumptions in order to ensure effectiveness. And that's an example in why we are concerned this is not very well embedded within negotiations, or maybe more at the national level. So yes, governmental frameworks should be grounded in this. Actually, one of the indicators of the SDG, or the 14 SDG, is the number of countries who are managing marine areas in accordance with ecosystem-based approaches. Okay, so in other words, we expect technical coherent discussions, and that is also what the ecosystem-based approach can do. So let's think about it within the framework of international negotiations. So corals are victims of the climate crisis that brings together climate action in ocean action. So to save corals, climate discussions should promote mitigation in a quite ambitious way. And mitigation equals to reducing carbon dioxide, and therefore to save corals from bleaching, for instance, then the plastic treaty should include provisions to curb plastic production, while ABMTs and MPAs must establish clear limitations to ocean-related activities that are going to represent a risk to corals, because we're in a context in which we are acknowledging that the damage is done. It's there. I'm seeing lots of discussions that are addressing cooperation as an urgent thing to address, and pay attention to restoration, to rehabilitation of ecosystems. So that means the precaution didn't work very well, maybe. And I think in a nutshell, that's what we would expect as an outcome of these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kathleen. It's good to have your energy, your young energy. And I'll pass the floor to another young man, young person, Ambassador Peter.
Yeah, my 4-year-old granddaughter Rosie, who lives with me, keeps me young. That's why I look so baby-faced. Don't know what happened to my hair. Hey, Catherine, that was great. I really enjoyed listening. It's nice to be sitting next to Costa Rica and France, even though not in a formal government sense, but France and Costa Rica, of course, they're co-hosts. The co-hosts of the UN Ocean Conference, which will be held in Nice next year. So in answer to the question, first of all, what's going to be done here at this COP, and then what's going to be done in Nice to help save coral. I think first of all there's the advocacy at events such as this. There's another very important one this afternoon at 4:30. I think I've spoken at 2 coral events already. So the advocacy is going on. Advocacy about what? Advocacy about the fact that we may be witnessing the demise of an Earth planetary ecosystem, the first to go. Right? In terms of this great waterfall that we're approaching, of life just cascading away into oblivion, and that's no longer a sort of an extreme doomers thing to say. If you heard the Colombian president yesterday in his speech to everybody, it was very mild what I've just said. So the importance of coral reefs as being at the forefront of that collapse, if we don't start correcting our ways, is why we have to advocate for the position of coral. An ecosystem which supports 1 billion people around the world, an ecosystem which supports 25% of the life in the ocean. Take away that 25%, how can you have a healthy ocean? And if you can't have a healthy ocean, how can you have a healthy planet? So this is the sort of import of what we are advocating for here at COP16. And hopefully the media will spread it around after that press conference that we had in Coral yesterday. But, it's just talk, isn't it? It's just talk. We all sort of talk to each other. We all know all this stuff already. So it comes down to hard cash in the end to put programs in place around the world that are going to do the necessary. When I say do the necessary, I don't want to move away from the fact of what I said here a couple of days ago, which is that we can talk about all the good stuff we're going to do, and we've got to do that good stuff. But it's basically breaking our addiction, because we're still all addicted. We flew here in airplanes to the oil and gas industry. That is what's killing coral. We all know that's what is killing place of much of the life, including Homo sapiens on planet Earth. So we have to face the fact that our addiction to the oil, the fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels, is the reason that we're in this predicament. So, that's the main take-home. Stop burning fossil fuels. And if any of you are still driving cars that emit, that are internal combustion engine cars, think about that as you fly home. But then there's the good stuff that we're going to do, and we've got representatives in the room who are going to do the good stuff, and they need money. I'm talking in particular about the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which is our best bet in terms of all these programs we have to do to stop the human pollution of the reefs, to stop the harmful practices on the reefs, etc. Global Fund for Coral Reefs is a blended fund which is set up now, it's been running for I think about 4 years, and it's run, it's administered by UNDP. So it is the place for us to put our money. There was an event yesterday where New Zealand gave $10 million US to the Global Fund for Coral Reef. Germany was sitting next to the poor German guy who was giving $1 million. New Zealand, I did a little calculation in my head because 3 of my granddaughters live in New Zealand. And New Zealand's a country of 5 million people. That means every man, woman, and child is paying $2 towards Global Fund for Coral Reefs. That's a country that's got its priorities right when it comes to coral. If you took that around the world and said every country in the world put $2 of every citizen's money into the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, we might have a fighting chance to save this planetary ecosystem. So that's the sort of thing that we're advocating for here in COP16. And as I say, there will be this emergency special session meeting that we're having this afternoon at 4:30. You're all welcome to come to that. And that is being held because of the situation which I've just described. And it leads to Nice. It leads to the UN Ocean Conference, because at the UN Ocean Conference there's going to be a special pledging event, a high-level pledging event, where the kind of money that I've been talking about there, that is necessary for Global Fund for Coral Reef to do its job, that we're expecting countries to come to Nice with having put their hands deep in their pockets to pledge to the Global Fund for Coral Reef. So that would be the big event for coral at the UN Ocean Conference, and I have every intention to advertise that as much as possible in the coming months. Thanks, Ernie.
Thank you very much, Peter. You said something significant when you noted that Catherine and I are both citizens of the co-chairs of the UN Ocean Conference, because it's called the United Nations, and I always say it's not called the United Governments, it's the nations, and we are part of the nations. We're all part of the nations, and that's why we have a say, and we should have more of a say, so that the governments, which is part of the nations, of course, listen to us with more attention. So very good point. Thank you very much, Peter. So and it's good to see the synergies between the two of you. So you've done a good job. That's very nice. And I know you have other commitments, Peter. So if you're not in a rush, you're welcome to stay. And if you're in a rush, then when we shift to the second segment, you can disappear. I can tell people who are standing that there are still some chairs at the front and the first couple of rows, so don't hesitate to sit.
Brandon, can I just make one?
Yes.
I do apologize that I have to leave. I really want to listen to what everybody's going to say, but I'm doing a BB&J event over in the Chile Pavilion, so I'll sit at the back here and listen for as long as I can. But the other point I just wanted to make, and I know this is the big live stream, this room is totally dominated by women. Look around, how many men are in the room? Very few. And so, I don't know what to take from that actually, but as the grandfather of 4 girls, I'm really proud, thank you.
Yes, and actually I'm going to pass the steering wheel to Isabelle now, but I wanted to add one thing before you leave. You mentioned the meeting at 4:30. It will be preceded in the Chilean Pavilion between 3 and 4 of a special presentation of a new paper advancing the protection principle, which is addressing opportunities in Nice. So Chilean Pavilion from 3 to 4, and then you can go to the 4:30 meeting. Where is this?
Plaza 1?
Plaza 1, subnational, yes. Sorry?
Anyway, it's in the program. So Isabelle, you take the steering wheel now. Another woman.
Well, thank you. During this second segment, so I will be presenting the second segment, Justice for Coral Reefs, Enforcing Protection Against Plastic Proliferation, an issue that has been already mentioned by previous speakers. We will be discussing the impact of plastic pollution on the health of coral reefs. We thought it would be a timely topic to discuss, given that we're 1 month away from the 5th meeting in Busan of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, the Global Plastic Treaty. And I think that for sure the countries of the previous speakers, Fiji and Costa Rica, are both playing a very active role during the UN Plastic Treaty negotiations. So to discuss this issue, this topic, we've got Siri Yun, Head of UNODC Global Maritime Crime Program, and we have Andre Abdel, Head of International Policy at the Tara Ocean Foundation. With Siri's permission, we'd like to start with Andre, who can tell us about the lessons learned from Tara research on micro and nanoplastics in the coral environment, and then we would like to hear from Siri about the work of UNODC to strengthen criminal law to address marine plastic pollution. And we will also have Catherine Arroyo with us to tell us about Marviva's experience also combating marine plastic pollution. So, Andre, the floor is yours. And the stage.
Thank you, Isa. Thank you, Remy, for the invitation. We're very proud and honored to be one of the founding partners of the Let's Be Nice initiative and now supporting the protection principle towards this and beyond. We hope so. By the way. Okay. So the Tara Foundation is since 20 years now exploring science on the plankton ecosystem, so to understand the invisible life in the oceans, the ocean microbiome as we call it today, and it's bringing research on molecular biology, on DNA sequencing, on various techniques to understand the genes, and then the metagenomics, the relation between them, and then the functions of these genes around services provided by plankton and coral reef. So we made the Tara Pacific expedition between 2016 and 2019, exploring almost all the reefs in the Pacific, except for those countries that denied the permit to sample coral reefs, and I can name Indonesia and Thailand, for instance, that refused to give us the permit, so it's a shame, but we sampled many different reefs using different techniques, and we have the results published just recently, and I'll try to explain. Really, I'm not a scientist, I'm a policy guy since 20 years, but working with Tara since 14 years, so we have a chance to working with incredible scientists, so I hope I can explain these scientific results. So yeah, we are speaking about a huge expedition of 2 years on a sailing vessel to exploring reefs with more than 30 partners of the expedition, and also how microplastics and nanoplastics and chemicals. So I won't enter into details, but basically we just link it to DNA signatures, the knowledge on the adaptation, know a lot. We have also understand resilience against pollution. So I will pass the mic for more information on that and how the plastic pollution are impacting coral reefs. But we are understanding more of that in understanding the the ecology of some bacteria and some viruses will help understand the resilience against micropollutants, including microplastics and chemicals. So kind of discovery of key bacteria that are linked to resilience. So this will lead to solutions at the end to use the bacteria to increase resilience of coral reefs through techniques that are rising about healing coral reefs, a health approach with coral reefs using DNA and bacteria. Also relations between virus and the genomes. We are discovering some genes that we are linked to these viruses, which can bring a solution on antiviral mechanisms. One of the vaccines against COVID, for instance, used some of the Tara Ocean data set on RNA virus to go to solutions. So this is also potential for medicine, for bioprotection, and etc. In that, just some final words. This Tara Pacific is a unique open access database. We have new estimations of microbial diversity associated to coral reefs. We have a better understanding of the interaction with the symbiota, and we can know more about the impacts from rising temperatures and about pollution also on these coral reefs. So this is a data set that has been explored, and Tara is planning a new expedition on the Pacific starting from after Nice. We'll be in Nice before. So next year will be part of the flotilla of boats that will be arriving in Nice the evening of the 8th of June with the Drones Lights Festival, as our friend Olivier Poivre-Darvaux is trying to put in place. But we are expecting at least 100 boats arriving in Nice the 8th of June in the evening. And Tara will be among these boats, and I also be a bit coordinating this flotilla for Nice. And after that, we go back to France to prepare the scientific equipments to go to the Pacific to explore these resilience differences. Specifically, we are going back to Southeast Asia, Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia, to explore the reefs that we found more resilient. And it seems that it can be paradoxal. The reefs that are historically exposed to human activities adapted and built some resilience that the pristine ones don't have. So we are going to try to understand more about how this resilience is built with DNA techniques. And I think that's it. Stay tuned. Thank you, Henry, for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Andre, and for all the understanding and all the knowledge on the resilience of coral reefs. So I would like to give now the floor, please, to Siri from UNODC and to hear more about the work of your organization on plastic combating plastic pollution.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thanks a lot, first of all, for inviting UNODC and the Global Maritime Crime Program that I represent, heading the program. It's good to be friends of both oceans and coral reefs. I'm going to speak a little bit of what the work we're doing from UNODC and the Global Maritime Crime Program, specifically when it comes to marine plastic pollution, and looking at the criminal aspect and liability. I'm going to screen a video which really illustrates my points later, but I first want to make a few statements to put it in context. And really, when we talk about marine plastic pollution, the general narrative often focuses on waste management issues on land, mismanaged waste in coastal areas, rivers, and illegal dump sites that eventually makes its way into the oceans. However, a significant portion of this pollution is directly linked to criminal activities at sea, involving illegal dumping, waste trafficking, as well as mismanagement of plastic waste. There's an increased convergence between certain organized crime activities and pollution crime, which elicit operations ranging from local activities to large-scale intercontinental trafficking worth millions of dollars. In many instances, vessels intentionally discharge illegal waste,
despite foreign and domestic regulation prohibiting such actions. Many nations that face the environmental impacts of marine pollution crimes lack the necessary legal frameworks or enforcement mechanisms to effectively pursue justice and ensure compliance. If we aim to combat the misuse of our oceans as extensive and unregulated illegal dumping grounds, it is imperative to strengthen the role of criminal justice. And that's really the message that UNODC and the Global Maritime Crime Program is trying to come across. For instance, and I'm going to use the example of the Express Pearl, which was a cargo vessel that caught fire in the port of Colombo in Sri Lanka in 2021. And it has leakage of small plastic pellets, and I'm going to screen a video later which actually talks about the process afterwards, but it demonstrates the pressing need for stronger enforceable legislation to hold perpetrators of marine pollution criminally accountable. The Express Pearl case highlights a growing trend in maritime law, the use of criminal provisions to combat pollution crimes. As coastal and island nations grapple with the escalating consequences of environmental degradation, we at UNODC work to strengthen the legal frameworks and operational capabilities and enhance cooperation to strengthen the justice system's response to marine pollution and protect vital marine ecosystems. We recently launched a legal manual on pollution crimes in the marine environment. The manual is designed to assist states in establishing strong legislative frameworks and explore the potential applicability of the UN Convention on Transnational Organized Crime, where UNODC is the secretariat to that, so trying to see the synergies to existing legal frameworks. It addresses critical challenges such as jurisdiction, offenses and liability, international cooperation and investigative methods with an emphasis on maritime domain awareness, which is one of the main areas that we really work on in support to member states on enhancing maritime domain awareness. By adopting stronger legal frameworks as outlined in the legal manual, states can deter future pollution crimes and ensure that those responsible face significant legal consequences. Similarly, the framework of the negotiations of the Plastics Treaty, UNODC has published an issue paper on the international regulation of marine plastic pollution and criminal law, and continues to advocate for proportional enforcement measures to ensure compliance with the standards that's set in the new instrument for all violations, including the illicit trade in plastic waste and intentional dumping of plastic waste at sea, but also to investigate, prosecute, and penalize the most grievous actions conducted by legal and individual persons through the criminal justice system. Looking ahead, we plan to expand its capacity building initiatives in this area and focusing on strengthening regional cooperation and enhancing the technical skills of law enforcement agencies to prevent, detect, and respond to pollution incidents more effectively. Incorporating these criminal justice responses into waste management and ocean conservation plans not only strengthens enforcement, but also promotes the circular economy and sustainable ocean governance. This approach further promotes both deterrence and restoration, ensuring that marine ecosystems are preserved while holding polluters accountable, ultimately fostering healthier and more sustainable ocean environments. I thank you, and then I would like to screen the video which actually look into this aspect and bringing up the criminal justice aspect as well as criminal liability. Thank you.
It's time. So maybe you can describe what's going on.
This is the incident. This is Express Pearl. And then we're going to... sorry.
The ship Express Pearl came into Sri Lanka on the 19th of May 2021. This ship was carrying numerous types of dangerous cargo, 25 metric tons of nitric acid, loads and lots of plastic pellets. So when the fire erupted and when this got released to the sea, basically it became a cocktail of all kinds of chemicals. So in terms of pollution, this is one of the biggest incidents we have ever seen. 3 years after the incidents, the cleanup operations are still going on. The fishermen, those who are involved with tourism, and also those who live in the coastal belt are the most affected communities. There was a necessity to go beyond the traditional civil remedies and to hold those who are responsible criminally liable. So, under the marine pollution prevention law, the master, the agent company, and its directors and some officials who are brought before court, they stand indicted before the High Court of Colombo.
The express perp case manifests the new trend in environmental law and in international law of the sea, trying to use criminal law provisions to fight against marine pollution crimes. Very recently was the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, which issued a very powerful advisory opinion on how we should read international law of the sea in light of climate change challenges and climate change provisions.
So supporting this approach, the state parties to the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime have adopted the resolutions aimed at strengthening the national legal framework. And these resolutions encourage the member states to classify the crimes that affect the environment as a serious crime when appropriate. The United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, the Global Maritime Crime Program, is at the forefront to the fight against pollution crimes in the marine environment. In this context, we're pleased to introduce the legal manual on pollution crimes in the marine environment, which is a tool for criminal justice practitioners to strengthen their legal frameworks and enforcement mechanism.
To promote the accountability in the future and also to end impunity, I think it's a good strategy to hold those who are responsible for marine pollution criminally liable, as we have done in the exercise.
Well, thank you so much, Siri, for your insights on the role of criminal justice to combat marine pollution and on the convergence of criminal activity regarding marine pollution. It's always so indeed it's always good to hear about the work of UNODC on the implementation of commitments and enforcement of obligations, because this is a key issue also at this COP. So we've got some time as well if some members of the public would like to provide some feedback. Also, I would like to hear Catherine Arroyo and your take about these issues. Perhaps we can start with you, and then if anybody has any questions that they want to raise or any feedback that they want to provide, you're very welcome. So, Catherine, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I can help thinking again about precaution and protection, and the fact that, for instance, while this is happening, while we know for a fact that plastics are chemicals that are harmful for people, that are, of course, by itself, I mean, microplastics are creating a lot of damages in ecosystems, coral reefs. But moreover that, it comes to my mind the fact that during these weeks I had conversations with government authorities, and we were discussing about the fact that plastics are harming human health and ecosystem health. And the reaction is, well, yes, we know there's plastics everywhere in our bodies, in our brains, everywhere, but we haven't demonstrated it's causing something bad for us. So it's absolutely the opposite to precaution. It's not working. They're waiting for us to have the capacity, the financial mechanisms to do the research to prove this instead of acting now in a precaution way. So it comes to my attention also about the fact that, which is good, that the basic convention working groups are advancing towards eventually adopting plastics as a chemical waste, and of course that would imply handling plastics in a different way, like under special management systems. And while that happens, it's also concerning how I want to say, yes, the industry within the plastic treaty is pushing forward, reducing the scope, reducing the power this treaty may have if we introduce ecosystem or plastic management based on a life cycle approach. So lots of concerns.
Thank you, Katja. I would like to continue on this idea as we approach the Busan negotiation, very key session for the plastic treaty. I'd like to raise your attention on the fact that some states and even the UNEP and even some big partners we have are willing to close this negotiation this year at all costs, and we are working on this on this treaty with a bunch of organizations, and the reduction targets and the ban of the toxic are still not on the menu. So the recycling panacea is being sold like a solution, but we know recycling is not the solution. We need to reduce and ban toxic and chemicals. So if you know Mrs. Angers and if you know you have this cell phone, please tell her that we need reduction and ban and not only recycling.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I'm going to give the... Oh, Francis, of course.
Sorry, it's not a question, it's just like I want to tell André that the first coral reef expedition to the Pacific was really a very powerful and insightful expedition. I'm glad to hear that you're doing a second one, and I would like to, and you know this, but I would like to tell that if you would like to be part of it if possible, because again, we really believe in what you did, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We are very happy to have you, Francis, on our advisory board. Consider it as an invitation, a formal invitation. It's recorded.
So, thank you all for the contributions. I'm going to give the floor to Remy, but actually, before we introduce the third segment, Remy, you are an active participant in the INC sessions, including this coming up one in Busan, so perhaps you might also want to have a word.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I'm involved in the so-called plastic treaty negotiations, and I was in Ottawa with you, actually, and I'm going to Busan in just a couple of weeks. I'm not exactly sure what I can say besides what you have said, because the third draft of the treaty has just been distributed literally 45 minutes before this session started. So it's in my computer already, but obviously I've not been able to look at it because we were preparing for this thing. So I'll reserve, but of course, we need to have reduction and not just waste management in that treaty. And by the way, it is very encouraging that this summer, the White House, that thing in Washington, D.C., issued a statement that they're joining the notion that the treaty should include plastic reduction. And that's a major move forward. But of course, there is a candidate to the White House who has jumped on that statement and said that it is irresponsible and so forth. So let's hope, let's cross our fingers that next week that particular candidate to the White House is not elected, so that that new position of the White House can be maintained. Thank you very much. I hope you follow my eyes when I mention a certain candidate. So, and I don't need to pronounce his name. So now we're moving to another area, which is very relevant to the Global Biodiversity Framework and also to the Nice conference, which we're preparing. That's the impact of fisheries, bottom trawling in particular, on coral habitats, including the deep sea. I have to always emphasize the deep sea when I'm in the presence of Sean Shono, and otherwise she's not happy with me. According to the Global Biodiversity Framework, we all know 30% of the ocean is to be protected by 2030. And according to SDG 14, by 2020, destructive fishing should have been brought to an end, and 10% of the ocean should have been protected. But we're not even there yet, right? And when governments designate marine protected areas, their definition of protection is sometimes so permissive that often it does not rule out destructive fishing methods within. That's not nice. So to discuss this, we have Sean Owen, please sit here, who runs the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition, Pierre Canet, who is the head of public, what's your title, public policy at Client Earth, and again, and always, it's our pleasure to have Katrina Arroyo of Map Viva, because we want to make the statement that NGOs, in particular in the countries who co-chair the UN Ocean Conference, must be at the center. So let's start with Sean. Hi. Hola. Your organization, which is a coalition of some 130 organizations and an associated member of Let's Be Nice to the Ocean, is well known for its campaign against deep sea mining. But maybe you're, it's a bit a paradox because you started with that, but you're maybe less known nowadays for your work on fisheries conservation in the deep sea. So tell us, what's your concern? What is it you're trying to achieve? And how is it going?
Thank you, Louis. Shall I stand up?
Whatever you feel best.
I will stand up so that I can see the back, even though I'm not so tall. Thank you so much, Remy and Isa, for the chance to bring this conversation about corals into the deep sea. We don't often think about the deep ocean when we talk about coral reefs, and I'm looking at Francis because we've all, well, I hope we've all had the chance to snorkel, to dive in the shallow water reefs, and certainly I grew up in Indonesia, which I think is what brought me into marine conservation, is the beauty and the joy of the tropical corals, which I think Andres did such a great job reminding us of in his presentation. Today, though, I'm going to take you into the deep ocean because there are corals there too. And these corals are at depths anywhere from hundreds to thousands of meters. They are some of the oldest creatures on our planet. Some of them are several thousand years old. So these are incredibly vulnerable and incredibly important habitats for our deep ocean. And I'm just going to show you a quick film clip to give you a sense of the corals in the deep and what happens when the bottom trawlers go by. How can I get this film going? Do I need to click here? It goes.
Click.
I need to click here.
It's moving. Okay.
So there is no soundtrack, so I'll just walk you through because we have an increasing number of expeditions thanks to the Schmidt Ocean Institute and a number of other scientific institutes that have gone down into the seamounts, down into the deep sea ecosystems, and are bringing up every single time more new species, more new information that we've never seen, that we've never known before. So these ecosystems are incredibly biodiverse, so rich, and some of the footage that comes up is fantastic because you can hear the scientists themselves going, oh, did you see that? The scientists are so excited by what they're seeing every single time. So these systems are absolutely magical. And yet, even before we discover what is down there, we have been for decades now trawling these systems. So what you're seeing now is the after a trawl vessel has gone by. And something really important in the context of the CBD and all of the conversations that we're having about restoration, among other things here, protect and restore. The restoration doesn't happen in the deep ocean. In the deep ocean, the time frames are so different. The life moves so slowly in the deep sea that when we have expeditions that go back to some of these sites that have been trawled, decades later, nothing has changed. So when Remy asked me to talk about bottom trawling and in the deep ocean, I really wanted to make the point that it is an activity that is highly subsidized, that brings very little, if anything, in the way of food security, of economic security benefits, and has actually been effectively, I won't say banned, that's the wrong word. 20 years ago, and this is what is so relevant about this meeting here, 20 years ago at the CBD COP7, state parties to the CBD took a decision where there was an agreement that seamounts and other vulnerable marine ecosystems in the deep sea would be protected from destructive activities. So here we are on the 20th anniversary of that decision, and that decision was pivotal to a series of conversations, advocacy work through the UN General Assembly, through the IUCN World Conservation Congress, where a series of additional resolutions were adopted and passed, in strengthening the framework for protection against destructive activities, and specifically against deep sea bottom trawling. So the governments of the world have committed to ending this, and the good news is the progress has been made. So over the last 20 years, a number of fisheries closures have been put into place, a number of measures, and a number of vessels, most of the vessels that were bottom trawling 20 years ago are now off the water. Are we going to finish the job is the question. How can we finish the job? And so Remy, one of your questions I think was, where can we go from here? So in the interim, since 2004, through the regional fisheries management organizations in the North Pacific, this is a Greenpeace film, credit to Greenpeace for that film. So a number of regional fisheries management organizations have been formed to manage the areas beyond national jurisdiction, the fishing activities beyond national jurisdiction. The Deep Sea Conservation Coalition has been involved in all of those that are responsible for the benthic area, which are now 7. And that is where the fisheries management measures have come through, that is where the protections have been put in place, and it's through that pressure that all but a handful of vessels are now off the water. Who's still bottom trawling in the deep sea? Spain, Japan, and interestingly, and I wish Ambassador Thompson was still here, New Zealand. And just 4 weeks ago, a New Zealand vessel had an encounter in the South Pacific area outside of national jurisdiction and brought up 3 species of corals. The information is still coming in on this, so I can't share too much more detail at the moment, but we are bringing up incredibly important coral species through bottom trawling activities that are not supposed to be happening. So I was fascinated by your presentation on law and how we can better use international law to stop effectively criminal activity. And I would argue that the fishing, the bottom trawling in the deep sea and the high seas is, if not already in that direction, very much headed there. So the question then, what can be done? So I have 4 answers to what can be done. The first is protect seamounts from bottom trawling, because really that's where the corals are. Those are the centers of biodiversity in the high seas. So if we can at least protect all of the seamounts around the world from bottom trawling, then we're a long way towards really protecting the corals of the deep. To this end, we are here this week to launch a seamount accord, which is a call to action to the state parties of the CBD to actually take the commitment through UNOC next year and into 2026, when the UN General Assembly will be coming back to review implementation on the resolutions, which are exactly looking at managing bottom fishing in the deep sea. That's number one, protect all seamounts from bottom trawling. Number two, invest in science. The presentation that you gave, Andre, was fantastic and touched on issues that are relevant to the deep ocean as well, DNA. So you mentioned the COVID vaccine. One of the sources of the diagnostics for COVID came from a deep sea sponge, which is very closely related to the corals. So invest in science, and it's even more expensive and even more difficult to do in the deep sea, as you can imagine, but critically important. Number three, work through RFMOs and with RFMOs to end the bottom trawling, to respect to actually implement the resolutions that contracting parties have signed on to, and prepare RFMOs to move into the new High Seas Treaty, the BBNJ Treaty, to the new era that ratification of the treaty will bring in with the marine protected areas, because bottom trawling is certainly not an activity that should be taking place in the new marine protected areas. And where those MPAs are going to be placed is where the key biodiversity is, equals corals. Finally, fourth point of what we can be doing, ratify that treaty. So to any government representatives in the room or out there who can hear this call, ratify that treaty, because that is for the protection of biodiversity of the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Your work is at the heart of the motto of the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean initiative. That is to say, let's make ocean protection the norm rather than the exception. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to have you. And so now I would like to first. It's my mistake. I should have invited Daniel Caceres to sit also with the rest of the speakers and Catherine. I don't think there'll be another film, so you can sit here, and I'll introduce Daniel from the Sustainable Ocean Alliance later. But we wanted to be sure that there is age balance, that the youth is well represented, and we already have Sean, of course, but we wanted more youth. And now, talking of young people, we have Pierre as well. So Pierre, as I said, you run, you run advocacy. Maybe it's not the exact expression, but I see you very much as advocate of Client Earth. So Client Earth, 70% of your client is the ocean, right? Actually, 95% of your client is the ocean, because the conventional belief is that the ocean is 75%, but it's 95% of the living space of our planet. So it's a big chunk. Maybe you should call yourself Client Ocean, as a matter of fact. So what is your advice as a consortium of lawyers, activist lawyers, we can summarize like that, to Sean, your advice to Sean and to others who are confronted with destructive fishing practices, and what is Climate Earth, Climate Ocean doing in support?
Thank you, Rémi, Isabelle. Let's be nice to the ocean. So, Client Earth is a law charity, and I'm pleased to work with many lawyers. I tend to say that they are the Erin Brockovich of this world. And really, for the economy, it's a nonsense to destroy the seabed and to destroy coral reefs. So, very important to have this in mind. Nonsense for protected areas. So we have also the evidence with the science and many studies. Oceana did them for the 30 by 30 and what it means in terms of impact on protected areas. So from all this evidence, it makes sense to understand that we need to stop bottom trawling. And I would say even more than a nonsense, it's totally illegal in many cases. It's totally illegal. And this is where Client Earth brings justice, and this is where we are filing lawsuits when we understand that there is a legal avenue to protect these ecosystems from massive destruction. So in Europe, for instance, you have the EU Habitats Directive. And we have also, in most Natura 2000 NPAs, the impacts directly being proven, the ability then from a list of different species and ecosystems to protect. So mainly legally it's under an annex, it's called Annex 1 Habitat Types. And picking the species being destroyed from this annex, there is then the ability to make the case. So when countries are violating the law, we are taking them to courts, and I have some examples to share with you. First of all, before I can share the first example, it's about Spain. Just expressing the solidarity from Client Earth and many others in the room as we're speaking about climate change and impacts and what happened yesterday. And so many lives being taken, so many people being victim, but not the one to blame and not the one responsible. So understanding the impact as we are here speaking about biodiversity, when you see the pictures, the videos of all what happened, we need to have this in mind. But when the governments are not acting on specific things, Client Earth is then bringing a case. And in Spain, we did, on Tuesday this week, brought a case against the governments for actually destroying marine protected areas by allowing bottom trawling in many protected areas. So we are doing this with Oceana, and we are hopeful that this will help to make sure that Spain can follow the obligations to protect these marine protected areas without doing any bottom trawling. Another example in France, same. We are speaking about Nice, the UN Ocean Conference. It's happening in a few months. I remember I was in Marseille for the IUCN Congress, World Congress, where the French president decided to extend the marine protection in Mediterranean to 5%. 5, you would say, whoa, it's good, but it's actually 25 times more than the current protection, which is actually even not protected. And now we are 3 years later without any strong protection and bottom trawling happening in these marine protected areas. So what did we do? We as well filled in a lawsuit with Bloom, and we are taking this case to the courts and making sure the judge can then decide and help us to protect these marine protected areas. And so here we're talking a lot about negotiations, what needs to be done, and we think that with this legal approach, we'll then country by country make sure that the law is being enforced. And that's the case in Greece as well when you have oil and gas permits being allowed against the legal obligations. It's the case as well in the Netherlands, because we have to take into account that these methods are being used by other countries. It's not always Mediterranean countries, but others are responsible, like the Netherlands and Germany, for instance. So we are also following on that. And we need to have in mind some kind of good examples I wanted to finish my presentation with, because sometimes when we are speaking about that, it's a bit heavy. We're like, can we succeed in protecting these areas and ecosystems? So I just would like to say that we had good announcements from Greece and Sweden to ban bottom trawling by 2030, and it's important to see how this will be enforced and really legally binding. But it can be political signals and commitments, and this is what we want to see at the UN Ocean Conference, with governments taking commitments, translating them into the laws, and making sure that these laws are being enforced. If not, Client Earth, with many other NGOs and partners, will be there to make sure that we have justice and we are nice to the corals and to the ocean thanks to the law.
Thank you, Pierre. Thank you, Pierre. That was very good. We have 15 minutes left, but if you're able to say just 2 sentences, I would like to ask you a question, no more than 2 sentences, please. There is an increased interest in promoting and defending this new concept of ocean rights. You know, the law of the sea is about humans in and under the sea, but ocean rights, this new idea, is about the inherent rights of the ocean, and of course it concerns all of us, because without a living ocean, we're in trouble, and to say the least. So, as an organization rooted in the law of lawyers, can you just say 2 sentences about that new emerging idea?
So everything's related to how we can strengthen the current laws at the international, national, regional levels, and can be very useful. The question for Climate Earth is mainly what we do is advocating for new laws and litigating to make sure that all of these laws are being enforced. So our attention and expertise is mainly focusing on this to make sure that also we are taking the current laws, and there are many legal possibilities to defend the ocean currently. Just as also when you take international law, International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, with the advisory opinions, when the judge concludes that under the law of the sea, states have obligation to act on climate change and protect the ocean. It's already something strong. So how do we take all these legal avenues, but also support other NGOs, or I understand Let's Be Nice with a coalition would be also mobilized around UNOC to have this protection principle. So what can be taken down to advocate for this, like strengthening frameworks, legal frameworks? But from Climate Earth, we are trying to find the best legal avenues and using the current legal frameworks to make sure that all of this is being enforced. So it's complementary, I would say, to what is being done to UNOC.
I had said 2 sentences, but that was very good and very useful, so thank you. I always talk of the importance of youth. One reason is that I started as an ocean advocate when I was young. I'm nearing my getting close to 70 years, but I started almost at the age of Greta, as I always say. So I know I have a lot of respect for, and I'm very much aware of the importance of the energy of young people, and that's why we actually Pierre. I've known Pierre first when he was an intern at the UN. Yes, in 15 years ago, you were an intern. You were, you're still young, but you were really.
I'm not young anymore.
You were youth at that time during the what was it, Rio +20 process. And before, yeah, we've known each other for a long time. And so I wanted to be sure we finish before. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to take questions or comments, but. So, Catherine doesn't need an introduction, and Daniel Caceres, he's coming from Peru. He's with the Sustainable Ocean Alliance, which is really one of the group of young people who are rocking the boat, and the boat needs to be rocked. So I'd like to first, Catherine, very quickly, if you want to add something to what has just been said, and then we'd like to hear from the energetic Daniel Caceres for just a few minutes, and then if there is any feedback from the room, we'll take it.
Yes, we do have also some experience on litigations, specifically on bottom trawling related matters in Costa Rica, well, also in Panama. But let me share with you that we filed a legal complaint against the government. This happened last year, yes, or May last year. But this is a discussion that has taken over 10 years because bottom trawling was declared constitutional in Costa Rica in 2013. And there was a clear mandate by then to promote a human right-oriented transition because considering the implications that canceling the vessels and their licenses would have on people that was related to the activity. And even though there was a mandate, so 4 or 5 governments have come and gone, all of them with an idea of how to reenact bottom trawling, even though it's widely demonstrated in our country. We have promoted lots of different studies that it's beyond the environmental harm that it causes. It's also very harmful in terms of economy and social implications that it has. So the last thing that happened, I have counted at least 7 different attempts from governments and policymakers to reenact bottom trawling. And the most recent one, let me tell you, it involved the decision of the Fishing Authority to conduct themselves and finance a bottom trawling research project in order to assess whether bottom trawling may be or not sustainable along the Costa Rican Pacific area. So this happened, we found out in the news. Everybody, there was a press release on this, and we took action. We asked for information. We were not involved during the building of the idea process. We realized that the project was moving forward because they negotiated with the fishing industry, with the vessels. Well, that they would put their vessels, and in return they would own and they would trade on the catches that the research would generate. And they decided the spots where the measurements were going to take place, even though the idea was to assess how viable would it be along all the Pacific. So we lacked a random methodology to establish which are the sites. So there was a bias from the very beginning, and we all know it's not profitable, we're not competitive. Farm shrimp since 2007, I think, has been more productive than shrimp. That's what's trawled. But yeah, so we had to file a legal complaint, and now the research is suspended. So we presented a precautionary measure. It was adopted by the court, and until the process is concluded, so the research is on standby.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And let me clarify that the origin of Let's Be Nice to the Ocean is it's rooted on a request from the 2 co-chairs of the Nice conference, France and Costa Rica, who asked me and Lorelai Pico from the Ocean and Climate Platform to help with mobilizing civil society. And that's what we're doing with inviting this panel, and in particular Catherine is a very forceful element of civil society in Costa Rica. And some of the problems that you are addressing, there are the same problems in France as Pierre, another Frenchman, alluded to. So now, I was very happy that the Sustainable Ocean Alliance recently joined the Let's Be Nice to the Ocean movement, and it's my pleasure to invite Daniel Caceres to say a few words quickly. I spoke with Daniel a couple of times, and he has the passion, just like Catherine and also the young Sean and the young Pierre, the passion that is needed to rock the boat. So you please tell us what you've been listening very quietly during this hour and a half. What do you take home, and what are your plans on the way to Nice?
Thank you so much, Remy. First, I want to congratulate you on the article of the protection principle. I think one of the main things that, as young ambassadors here, we want to do is we want to make sure that the protection principle is actually the base now from when we grow up and also included in the young generations. We want to become ambassadors of the protection principle, and we want to promote this. And then specifically, I want to thank Catherine, Sean, and Pierre for the words. And I think it's weird maybe having a Peruvian talk about corals, and I think that's why it's so important. People usually relate corals to reef-forming corals and deep-sea corals. But countries like Peru, for example, in Peru we have a huge amount of corals that are very little known. Actually, in 2017, when we were working on the first technical study to identify the first reefs on the tropical part of Peru, we identified over 18 reefs, and we identified cold water corals starting at 24 meters, for example. So we do have cold water corals starting at 24 meters, and we do also have the problem of trolling. But the thing when we talk about trolling, we're talking about small scale and middle scale trolling, and you can also see the path of the trolling fisheries. And why I think this is so important is that first, usually trolling, middle scale and small scale trolling does not occur on reefs, on reef forming corals. Because reefs are usually very shallow in the pathways, and but it usually affects the cold water currents or the corals that are below 50 meters in a way. So in Peru, we have a lot of lack of knowledge on the corals that live there. We only have two experts, mainly Cesar Cocheras and Yuri Hooker, that are over there, and we are not having them in these conversations. Of course, so I think it's very important to include them in here. And then also that technical study that we did. After 10 years, we were able to accomplish the first MPA on the Peruvian tropical sea of Peru. This first MPA of the Peruvian tropical sea of Peru, which has over 70% of the Peruvian marine biodiversity, it's only 0.14% of the Peruvian economic zone. So it's an MPA that's less than 1% of the area. Actually, Peru is the country with the least amount of MPAs in the whole region. We're at 7% of the MPA, and then something else that's happening is that pre-existing rights are guaranteed in that way, which means that trolling fishing, it's allowed in the MPA. And then right now there's a law proposal that wants to include trolling fishermen inside the artisanal fleet compass. So why I think it's so important when we talk about corals is to also think about countries like Peru, when also in the whole region, a lot of our ocean champions are advocating so much for artisanal fisheries, but they're not really understanding that a lot of their artisanal fisheries are trying to pass by with the small-scale trolling and middle-scale trolling in a way. So I think it's very important that we have this in mind, and we also help countries like Peru promote science. We were going to have the first expedition that was going to give us the images of the Nazca seamount that's inside the Peruvian national waters, the soy, but the Peruvian government banned the scientific expedition of the Smith Ocean Institute in Peru that was going to happen in July. This was going to be our first expedition where we were going to have the data, and we were going to have Peruvian scientists involved, and the Peruvian government did not allow them to go ahead with this research to happen. And then also the second thing, which is something that we're starting to promote with the SOA Youth and also with other partner organizations, is we want to create a large, high ambitious MPA in the tropical sea of Peru. And we're going to need a lot of help with this proposal, this large MPA, because we need a lot of scientific data and we need a lot of proposal. There was a proposal by TNC that mapped some important areas of where Peru should be. And actually we had this discussion yesterday, and they said Peru should only have 10% of this ocean protected. It should be no more than 10%. But in this analysis, there were no corals involved. There was no coral data on this analysis of the principal areas that needed to be protected. So that's why we want to go out with a large-scale proposal for the first large-scale, high-ambitious MPA in Peru. And we're going to need a lot of help with that. So we'd love to have you guys involved. And if you know any coral scientists, we can get connected with this to Peruvian scientists and corals. It will be lovely to have you guys. And let's get Peru and other countries in Latin America and the Latin American youth involved in these conversations here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I had anticipated that he's good, right? So, time is up. Any very quick comment, or we've had a very intense and successful conversation. Does anyone want to add something? Yes, I see Florence. Take the microphone and introduce yourself so that everybody knows who's speaking.
Florence Tassi, New Atlantis Labs. I'm curious, Daniel, when you say we can help you to have this large-scale MPA campaign, let's say, what would be the pressure point on the Peru government? Like, what is it that you need? And I don't know why the expedition was cancelled, but typically how we can put pressure on the government? What is it that would work?
So that's a question directed at Daniel very quickly, and then Sean and Pierre, I think, want to say something, and then we have to close because we'll be thrown out.
Thank you so much, Florence, for your question. That's a very good question. We do have now, the day before yesterday, we had a meeting with the Peruvian government where they say they're politically committed to helping with this MPA proposal. And actually this government, I think we have a lot of openness on it. As you guys know, Peru became the first country that has not ratified UNCLOS to support the moratorium on deep sea mining. It was the first country that has not ratified UNCLOS, and it's become an example now also to countries like Colombia, who has not also ratified UNCLOS. They have not taken a position on deep sea mining, for example, but now they have used the Peruvian example, and they're having discussions now to make also a statement and join Peru on this. So the Peruvian government, this current one, the head of CERNAP, which is the protected areas, he says we have the whole political will, but we will need help with the science on it. Because there's, just like Catherine mentioned, usually we wait for the innovation and the technology and the funding to be able to have a proposal. But I think that's why the protection principle is so important in this way, where we're going to be able to move with help from the scientists to be able to have a really strong proposal and convince the public.
I just want to say goodbye because I need to leave and thank you.
Thank you.
So, very quick final word from me, and Daniel, it was lovely to hear you refer to the Salas Gomez and Nazca Ridge, because it's a great example of a seamount chain that extends from the national waters of Peru and Chile out into the high seas, and it is one of the areas that is managed by a regional fisheries management organization to some greater and lesser degree of quality. It's also, the government of Chile recently proposed the first high seas marine protected area, so there are all sorts of really exciting features about this area. We have a series of postcards that are on the table there in both English and Spanish about a range of seamounts and the corals and the biodiversity on them. We have an event tonight at 6 p.m. at Paramos, so if you would like to continue talking about deep sea biodiversity, please join us there. Thank you.
And before the event in Paramos, 3 o'clock, from 3 to 4 in the Chilean Pavilion, we have the discussion on the protection principle, also with some very interesting speakers, so you're very much welcome. And you have wine, yeah, but at 3 o'clock we have coffee, and it's the Chilean Pavilion, so you're teasing me, but the Chilean wine is very good too, so be very careful with what you say. Thank you very much.
Tu veux refaire une photo avec ce groupe de speakers ou pas?
Ouais, ok, une photo.
Avec tous les speakers qui sont encore là.
André, which other speaker? Let's see. On en a fait une avant.
Ouais, à carte peut-être.
Et Isa,
en même temps, pas
alors la photo.
Oh wow.
Yeah, just that she knows. All good, yeah? So everyone else busy? That is the everyone some other events. It's a lot. It's a lot.
I'll just think about it. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. How are you?
How are you?
Good to see you. We've been missing each other.
Thank you for making it.
Good?
Like every week. We're on the same plane. Oh! Yeah. Watch it. Only one day more.
Yeah, exactly. Structural integrity. It's the last breath.
Watch it, yeah, watch it. We all want to go home.
Absolutely. We need to start.
I think we just want to give a couple of minutes more because we're hoping to get more people.
Hopefully people are eating and they will respond.
The timing is lunchtime. And this time, this time we want to be lunchtime. So we had lunch.
Yeah, good for you guys.
That Mexican.
I'll eat at 3:30, exactly that Mexican, yeah, which is the best food by far.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. I got it right. You got it right. Spanish. Welcome, honorable ministers, other distinguished participants and guests, friends of biodiversity, friends of nature, colleagues. Welcome to this side event on actioning the blue. As we know, also the theme of this COP is moving from agreement to action. My name is Chamberlain Emmanuel. I am from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, that's the OECS, which is headquartered in St. Lucia. We are 11 island or small island grouping, member states, which are within the broader Caribbean and CARICOM family. And as small island states, one of our very first Director General, paraphrasing, would have said that the blue economy probably represents our last frontier for resilient prosperity. And so blue is very, very important to us. And so thank you so much for being here. And to get us started, I would like to invite our youth representative who are from GYBN, who is no other than Miss Shamel Law. Yes. I said it right? Yeah. See, I got my Spanish and I got my pronunciation. Welcome, welcome. Give a round of applause.
Good afternoon, honorable ministers, esteemed colleagues, partners, and fellow delegates. It is a privilege to be here on behalf of Caribbean youth and as a part of this committed community, united for a bold vision for our oceans and our future. As young people, we recognize that our oceans are at a turning point. In the Caribbean, where the sea is the heartbeat of our culture, economy, and daily lives, we feel the urgency to act. The 30 by 30 vision is more than just an environmental goal. It aims to preserve 30% of our lands and oceans by 2030. It is an opportunity to ensure a robust and healthy ocean that will sustain our people, cultures, and economies for many years to come. Our generation is more engaged and informed about the challenges we faced more than ever. In addition to having a strong desire to preserve the environment, young people are leaders and participants in scientific research, coastal cleanups, restoration initiatives, and legislative advocacy. For us, achieving 30 by 30 requires the inclusive engagement of all stakeholders, especially indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth. These groups bring deep knowledge and connection to our lands and seas that must be woven into every level of action. By working inclusively, we build a shared vision that respects local contexts and harnesses the collective power of all generations. Progress in this endeavor is strongly rooted in political will. Today, I call upon our leaders across the Caribbean to prioritize the 30 by 30 vision with urgency and commitment. When governments put marine biodiversity and climate resilience at the core of policy decisions, they shape a future where targets transform into impact on the ground. For youth, this means knowing that our future is in capable hands. It means believing that we are protected from the worst impacts of biodiversity loss and climate change. We need our leaders to renew and deepen their commitments, creating policies that drive sustainable change across the region. Yet, commitment alone cannot realize this vision. We need financing. Substantial, dedicated funds are critical to empower Caribbean states to meet our conservation goals while supporting resilient economies. Youth-led and community-driven initiatives need resources to
Me voy a sentar. Estimados ministros, funcionarios, panelistas, delegados, damas.
Manage the marine protected areas effectively, recognizing the interconnection of our marine biodiversity with the wider Caribbean region.
Por ejemplo, nuestra colaboración con Colombia resultó en la protección de más de 85,000 kilómetros cuadrados, abarcando la cordillera Beata y su biodiversidad asociada, convirtiéndose en una de las áreas de protección más grandes del Mar Caribe entre dos naciones.
For instance, our collaboration with Colombia resulted in the protection of over 85,000 square kilometers, encompassing the Beata Ridge and its associated biodiversity, making it one of the largest protection areas in the Caribbean Sea between two nations.
Aprovechamos la oportunidad para llamar a nuestros países caribeños vecinos a hacer un esfuerzo decisivo para alcanzar este objetivo como región, de manera que podamos preservar la biodiversidad marina de importancia global, mientras aseguramos la protección de nuestra gran riqueza de especies y endemismos. Este esfuerzo conjunto subraya nuestra responsabilidad colectiva para garantizar el desarrollo sostenible de nuestro pueblo y las generaciones futuras.
We take the opportunity to call on our neighboring Caribbean countries to make a decisive effort to achieve this goal as a region, so that we can preserve marine biodiversity of global significance while ensuring the protection of our great wealth of species and endemits. This joint effort underscores our collective responsibility to ensure the sustainable development of our people and future generations.
Trabajar en la conservación oceánica requiere una inversión sustancial para mejorar los procesos que sustentan la vida. Es imperativo reconocer el valor económico de los ecosistemas marinos y basar la toma de decisiones en información científica.
Realizing ocean conservation requires substantial investment to enhance life-supporting processes. It is imperative to recognize the economic value of marine ecosystem and base decision-making on science-based information.
La República Dominicana, junto con Puerto Rico y parte de las Antillas Menores, comparte la fosa más profunda del Atlántico y la segunda más profunda del planeta. La exploración de zonas abisales, que a pesar de su gran importancia sigue siendo desconocida, requiere de una integración de tecnología e innovación para comprender y salvaguardar la biodiversidad marina. Además, debemos mejorar la interfaz científica política. Invitamos a los países con capacidades tecnológicas relevantes a colaborar en el avance de la investigación en estas áreas críticas.
The Dominican Republic, along with Puerto Rico and part of the Lesser Antilles, shares the deepest trench in the Atlantic and the second deepest on the planet. The exploration of abyssal zones, which remain largely unknown despite their significance, necessitates the integration of technology and innovation to safeguard biodiversity and enhance the science policy interface. We invite countries with relevant capacities and technology to collaborate in advancing research in these critical areas.
Al igual que muchas naciones caribeñas, nuestro país es altamente vulnerable a los impactos del cambio climático. Abogamos por medidas de mitigación y adaptación basadas en el océano para mitigar estos efectos. Particularmente, debemos subrayar la proliferación del sargazo. Queremos enfatizar que, al igual que muchos países de la región caribeña, nuestra economía, paisajes costeros y especialmente las comunidades costeras están siendo severamente afectadas por las arribaciones masivas de sargazo, un alga flotante que se ve exacerbada por los efectos del cambio climático y la contaminación marina.
The Dominican Republic, like many Caribbean nations is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. We advocate for ocean-based mitigation and adaptation measures to mitigate these effects, particularly concerning the proliferation of sargassum seaweed. We wish to emphasize that, like many countries in the Caribbean, our economies, coastal landscapes, and especially coastal communities are being severely affected by the massive bloom of sargassum, a floating algae that is exacerbated by the effects of climate change and contamination.
Nuestro presidente, Luis Abinader, ha instado a declarar una emergencia regional en la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, conocida por su sigla AEC, para abordar esta urgente problemática. El sargazo es un tema que merece ser abordado lo antes posible en la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas. Debemos exigir que el tema del sargazo sea tratado al nivel más alto en la conferencia de las dos naciones, enfatizando la necesidad de un enfoque regional con soluciones innovadoras y vinculantes.
Our President, Luis Abinader, has urged a regional emergency declaration at the Association of Caribbean States to address this pressing issue. Sargassum is an issue that deserves to be addressed as soon as possible at the United Nations General Assembly. We must call for the sargassum issue to be addressed at the highest level of the United Nations Conference, emphasizing the necessity of a regional approach with innovative and binding solutions.
Debemos identificar oportunidades para mejorar la inclusión, la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas de nuestros esfuerzos hacia el 2030. Existe una necesidad urgente de demostrar y compartir los avances en la implementación de los compromisos del ODS 14, mostrando las mejores prácticas y construyendo capacidades para escalar soluciones.
Furthermore, we must identify opportunities to improve inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability in our efforts towards 2030. This is an urgent need to demonstrate and share progress in the implementation of SDG 14 commitments, showcasing best practices and building capacity to scale up solutions.
Finalmente, la República Dominicana expresa su compromiso de trabajar de manera colaborativa con nuestros vecinos para canalizar financiamiento con el fin de enfrentar los desafíos urgentes que enfrentan nuestros océanos dentro del objetivo del Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad Cumming-Montreal y desarrollar la visión para el Océano Caribe 30x30, llevando compromisos concretos para abordar el estado de emergencia que enfrentan nuestros océanos en la región y la triple crisis planetaria.
Finally, the Dominican Republic expresses its commitment to work collaboratively with our neighbors to channel financing in order to confront the pressing challenges facing our oceans within the goals of the Cumming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and to develop the vision for the Caribbean Ocean 30 by 30, bringing concrete commitments to address the state of emergency facing our oceans in the region and the triple planetary crisis.
Solo juntos podemos lograr un océano saludable, seguro y resiliente para las generaciones futuras.
Only together we can achieve a healthy, safe, and resilient ocean for future generations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. En el evento, ya que tengo otro compromiso y quizá me tenga que ausentar antes, le pido permiso y me disculpo.
I want to excuse myself because I'm short of time for other commitments. I want to stay the longer I can. So excuse me in advance if I have to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister. Okay, so what we'll do now will be very fluid. Can we do a quick group photo of the ministers, like now? Okay, so Minister Clark has come up now, so we know we may have to run out, right?
Everybody running.
See, I want that.
Real cover.
All the cheese.
And one more with the youth.
One more. One more the youth. One more the future. Middle. There we go.
All right, just one more. All right, there you go. All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, wonderful. So as we continue, we know Barbados has been a clarion voice, a clear voice globally for SIDS and for vulnerable countries, and we are privileged to have with us now the Minister for Environment, National Beautification, Green and Blue Economy, Minister, saw him. Okay, there you go. Mr. Adrian Ford.
Pleasant good afternoon to one and all. As my good friend has said, turquoise economy, green now. I just want to thank everyone for being here today. I think it's very special. It's a momentous occasion. And to say that my good friend here, who is, there's a saying in Barbados that when you want something, said you call on a man, when you want something, then you call on a woman. But she has been agitating for us ministers to be here today, and I wanted to give her a round of applause. She's a wonderful
Sapia,
of course, a wonderful lady. And I just want to say that I can't start without, who's the young lady? Shamara from our good Centro region of Jamaica and the Caribbean. I want to say that I'm glad that you're here, and I want you to continue the fight, because you must be able to carry the fight for your children and your grandchildren. And there is a saying in Barbados, nothing for youth unless you involve youth. And it's good that we are able to bring them at this type of discussion. I just want to commend you again for that. Importantly, Barbados, and there's a saying I want to start with, it's our own maxim that I coined myself, which basically says that life on this planet, however you look at it, the evolutionists can talk, the coast can talk, but however you look at it, life began with biodiversity. It will end abruptly without it. And that is the reality that we all face. It will end abruptly without biodiversity. And that is the reality. When Barbados acquiesced, like most small island development states and LDCs, to the United Nations General Assembly's call to have a 30-30 vision for respect not only biodiversity, but all the mandates associated with climate change based on existential threats. And when we acquiesced, the acquiescence, as I told Barbadians back then, was not an acquiescence because it was a United Nations General Assembly call. It needed to be an acquiescence because it must be a Barbadian call. What we would call back home a Bajan call. It must be, for my good friend here, from Dominica, a Dominican call. For our good friend from Jamaica, a Jamaican call. It must be a call that recognizes that we as small island developing states, who are most vulnerable, most impacted by our climate changes, our disasters, and the existential threats. It is a call that recognizes that we must now build the resilience in our own way, recognizing that albeit that we contribute very little to the climate, if over the millions of people who live in the Caribbean contribute very little, but we feel the full adverse effects of climate change and the natural disasters that we face. Beryl hit us on that fateful day of June the 29th or the 34th, the first, going into the 1st of July, the Hurricane, National Hurricane Center from America They said it was the first time it was a freak hurricane of sorts. We have never had a Category 4 or 5 hurricane in the early part of July ever. Since they were tracking hurricanes, this is the last time there is now. So it is real for us that devastated our fishing industry, which obviously is connected to our blue economy. When we say that we must have the realization for us as small and developing states of sustainable goal 14, which is life on the ocean sphere or the hydrosphere, and that on our biosphere, the land sustainable development goal 15, we must recognize, of course, that the only way we can do it as a group of small and developing states is that we have the financial wherewithal. That's the simple reality. And last year at the COP, when we had the noble agreement to have a phase down on our fossil fuel, I asked the question then, as I'm still asking now, will abatement technology be available for us in small islands? Will we be able to grab hold, capture that technology? Will we have the financial resources to do it? And the unfortunate answer for us is no. Because those who have the financial wherewithal and the financial needs will be able to get those things that we depend on to save our socio-economic and environmental functions. That is the reality that we are faced with. And that is why my Prime Minister has championed, and I know that people in Barbados would say that, as I told Sophia earlier, that they understand fully that when they want something done, they call on the woman, and in 2018 they did. I didn't want to say that, that is why she came up with the new construct of a Breakdown Initiative, and a refined Breakdown Initiative 3.0, which is telling those big multilateral financial institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, to name a few, that there is no longer fear for you to be extending loans for us at 12 and 40%, when countries that can afford to pay that is given the privilege of paying 2 and 3%. And we are asking now for a disruption of that which was the norm in the past, so that we who produce very little to the climate vagaries, Barbados produce about 2 million tons in the whole scheme of 40 to 50 billion that the world produces every year. 2 million tons our country produces, and most from the energy sector, 1.6 million tons or so. What I'm saying is that we produce very little, and yet still we are asked, when we need to have finances to build our sustainable infrastructure and for our resilience, which is the mitigation and adaptation to this climate change, we need that finances, but we are asked to pay onerous fees, sometimes 40, 15, 16% to borrow to help us. We know that that is impossible. So the Breakdown Initiative seeks to create a new dimension to the conversation. It allows us now to ask the question of equitable stake, where we are saying, if we produce little, therefore these financial institutions should be able to say, we will allow you to borrow 2 or 3% like everybody does, so we can build our resilience. It's the only way. And that is what we are fighting for in terms of having this Breakdown Initiative. That's why we have redefined it to Breakdown 3.0. I think it's an important conversation for us to have, because it is unfair as it stands. And we as small island developing states are saying to the world, we are not going to accept it anymore. And it's not only the ceiling, it's not only the flooring for us, but the ceiling that must realize trillions of dollars so that we can build up our infrastructure. Our marine infrastructure now will cost millions of dollars, probably over 100 million in terms of the build back after Hurricane Beryl. And this is the reality that we in Barbados are faced with. And we are saying that let us open up in a level of fairness the opportunities for us to be able to borrow at concessionary rates using unique and novel instruments like blue bonds and those types of things. We have started, and Sophia, you are the center of it, with our definition swaps. where we would help to realize it on our savings of 50 million for our marine spatial planning, so we can help get all the sustainable usage of our marine space. That area that we will call our hydrosphere in Barbados. That important area is about 430 times the size of our land space. But it has, I think, believe 430 times more potential in terms of being able to have that finance opportunities. That is what we are saying. Equally, we are also saying that there must be now a conversation of our biological resource as small island development states in terms of how we treat our ambitions. And how we treat our ambitions as small island development states must be something that we hold close to our hearts. And when I say so, I mean particularly the Higher Ambition Coalition that we have as CARICOM. That Higher Ambition Coalition, that is even higher than what Europe had suggested a couple of years ago. We have now had CARICOM being recognized as our leading voice with a High Ambition Coalition for Biodiversity and at the United Nations, and I think it has got the approval, so it will be recognized at our first COP meeting as a champion for the region in terms of our biological diversity. But the important conversation must be had in terms of what will this mean for us as small island development states. Our biodiversity is important for our preservation, especially our marine biodiversity. And if we are talking about biodiversity beyond our national jurisdiction, then the conversation must be had about our intellectual property and our intellectual property rights as small island development states. How will we ensure that there is temporal scope, large maintenance scope, so that we will have a measure of recourse for if there are any problems associated in long-term usage of our marine biodiversity. How will we ensure that the indigenous people are part of the conversation that respect our biological diversity? An important part of the conversation, because I believe that 93.3 or so percent of the unclaimed ocean can realize to this world its true potential about 50% more biodiversity. And the conversation about biodiversity beyond our national jurisdiction must be an important conversation for us as any small island. And that is a conversation that Barbados will certainly champion. I am saying that these are conversations that we as a people, we live every day. We feel every day. We understand every day because our lives are impacted in a tangible way when disasters happen. It is important that we provide the finances, we are given the finances in an equitable way. It is important that our biodiversity, whether it's beyond our national jurisdiction or within, that is protected and that we have the rights for it. It is important that our indigenous people must be allowed to be part of the conversation. The whole idea of the Nagoya protocol, which speaks to genetic sharing, unless we have the wherewithal to be able to attract that type of conversation about genetic sharing, we will not have that information. We don't have the technical knowledge. We don't have the lab expertise. So we are saying that if you are going to talk about genetic sharing, then we must be able to access that genetic information to help build our biodiversity. Right now, as it stands, we can't, because we neither have the funds, nor we don't have that political presence to be able to agitate on our behalf as small island developing states. That's why we are here at this type of forums. We are here because this is the only way we can extend our voice to say that this is important for us. And we will continue, my minister colleagues, to be here not only vocally, but physically, and allow our young people to help champion, because biodiversity is very important to all of us. We understand the importance of it, and we are going to fight with every single sinew of our biological being to ensure that biological diversity is the order of the day. Life on this earth began with biodiversity. We are going to ensure to our young people and all my minister colleagues that it don't end up without it.
Making so many critical connections for us, and again, that champion voice from Barbados. Well, next we move to the nature isle of the Caribbean, and also the island who has set an amazing vision of being the world's first resilient country. And I speak of no other than Minister Kozia Frederick, who is the Minister of Environment, Rural Modification, and Kalinago Upliftment. Minister, over to you.
Thank you. I would like to start off by saying to commit to our youth speaker. They seem very clearly that there is hope for the Caribbean region, because there will be new leadership moving forward. And also to endorse the conversation by the minister from Dominican Republic. Sometimes misconstrued Dominic different, and also to support the emphasis on the Bridgetown initiative by Minister Ford. But to say that we are very fortunate in the Caribbean region, really to have an indigenous population. I am from that indigenous population, so I serve as a minister of government, but I would like to speak candidly as an indigenous person. Knowing for a fact that it will appear to us, and the evidence is very clear, that climate change really began when the Caribbean space was invaded. And that invasion probably lasted more than 400 years. 400 years of exploitation of our biodiversity. And so what we have now, 400 years after, coral reef bleaching, sargassum coming into our space, overfishing of our waters, all of those problems stem from a big history, a massive history of exploitation. And so when we speak to, when the science speaks to the bleaching of our corals, for instance, we have had a monocropping culture in the region for a long time. In the islands of Dominica, St. Lucia, Grenada, St. Vincent, a very entrenched banana culture. And that culture brought in by force the use of chemicals. And those chemicals clearly cannot be sustained within the ambits of a small island. So naturally, they go into the sea. And so the conversation on our islands now has to be, how do we treat the biodiversity that exists on our turf well into our sea? Because it appears to us that everything we do on land affects the sea. Because we're basically large ocean states. And our terrestrial boundaries are very small, but the effects are in our waters. And we are fortunate again in our region to have a number of local communities. And the conversation we have been hearing from the COP, I think in every national statement, how do we treat with indigenous peoples and local communities? No, I don't think it should just be a line inserted in a statement. Because really and truly there are very sound practices that indigenous peoples do, and also local communities. The local fishermen, for instance, in St. Lucia, who go out there with a small canoe, a little gas-powered outdoor motor, with a few lines and a few cast nets, and they really don't affect anything in the ocean, and they take just enough to survive. And this is a model that came out of the indigenous experience, where indigenous peoples use the resources for sustenance, for survival, not exploiting it for any capitalist or monetary gain. And so I think the conversation, as we speak to our marine space, we have to go back to the old ways. But it's a very troublesome situation where you're competing with the global movements. How do you survive in a small island like Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada, and even a bigger country like Cuba? How do you survive in the ever-changing global environment with doing those traditional things? It is not sustainable for your economy, but I strongly believe it is a sustainable practice to heal the marine space, to heal our biodiversity. And so the youth moving forward, we have to look back. The history is very, very clear. It's very clear to me that the exploitation of our resources for a very long time didn't augur well for us. And as a matter of fact, these resources help to build the very same nations today who love to hold us accountable for some of the actions we take in trying to develop our economies, to develop our countries. So we have to put some focus on indigenous communities and also local communities and see the best practices. And for a very long time, I have realized that those ways have been thought to be ancient, outdated, and not applicable to a modern society. But I dare say that in healing Mother Earth, we have to look to the traditions. And I think we can do it in a sustainable way. On Dominica, for instance, we've been doing that since we got our independence from Britain. We have regulations for fishing. We have secure marine spaces. We have, as of last year, we developed the first sperm whale sanctuary that covers that we do have 200 resident sperm whales in our waters, and you know that helps with carbon sink, etc. The science is important, but we've been doing that for years, and we've been doing it without any call from any major UN agency, because we knew that the ancestors who passed in the land to us had a good practice, and so we had to honor that tradition. Within our space, we have more than 80% of our country still covered. Now you might say it looks like an undeveloped country because there are no massive skyscrapers, there are no massive highways, but the biodiversity is intact, and people are able to survive on that space. I dare say that the island of Dominica, which I'm so happy to be from, really is in terms of the island states, is the sort of epicenter of biodiversity. Because within our space, you could find the second largest body lake in the world. You could find black and white sand beaches. You could find very deep gorges and very high mountains. And so it has that, and I think we can model on some of the practices in Dominica, for instance. And I think the youth can lead that charge. I think at the policy level, we have the political will across the region. I salute the work done by the OECS with Chamberlain and the OECS Commission, and also at the CARICOM level, the work that we've been doing to pull ourselves together. Because we have a common vision, yet we are still stuck behind some flag, a small flag, a national song, a national anthem, a national food. And when we look at the ocean, we realize that the ocean has no borders. And so when plastic, for instance, leaves a KFC in Trinidad, the natural current that brought my people from the southern lands, all of the region, naturally brings that debris up the chain of islands. And no flag or national song can protect a nation against this. And so I think we have to have this collective vision. And I know for a fact that what we're doing here in terms of keeping that marine space intact, 30 by 30, is one that has to be extended to 60 by 60. And 120 by 120. And it has to keep expanding because before it was 20 by 20, yes? And I think the solutions can be found in these local communities. The local fisherman, the local farmer, the school teacher, the youth who has a voice, and to empower us at the policy level to make the best decisions. And I just say in defense of the technical folks in this space, sometimes I find our colleagues that we don't listen enough to the science. I know we have a definite team of office. We're not so sure what the next big steps is going to be. But I think to honor the ancestors who came and to give a good enough space for the young people, I think we have to take some serious decisions, look at the science, and also help to force those who should be accountable for making these things, the finance available. Because all of this is important, but in the world we live in, we need financial support and institutions to understand what we do. Post Hurricane Maria in 2017, we lost 226% of our GDP overnight. And just before that, in 2015, tropical storm America, we lost 150. And the story goes back hundreds of years. And we've been able to survive. We've been able to build back on our own. And in the very same way, I think we have models we could share. It is the very same way we have to empower our regional organizations. So I'm very happy that, for example, 5Cs now accredited to Adaptation Fund and how we can use that to leverage I think there's a lot of talent and skills in the region that we're not tapping into enough. I think we have to call out the academia to do more research in our space and to empower local citizens to ensure that that when there's a COP like this, when we all go on the 60 by 60 vision, we'll be discussing a broader way and give serious hope to generations of Caribbean citizens, I rather say, rather than Dominican or St. Lucian, Caribbean citizens, because we do share a common space. And it appears to us that we are the last frontier, and we have to safeguard it for future generations. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Minister. Certainly, well, Shama, I hope you are hopeful. So we'll be in some good hands. All right. Now, last night we saw the exposition of Colombia's diversity. Minister spoke to Dominica's diversity. But as a Caribbean region, we are also very diverse. So our states are not just small islands, but also coastal states. And so we have in Belize, who's also showing some excellent work in terms of blue economy, and we are privileged to have with us Honorable Minister Orlando Habet, is that right? Okay, who is the Minister of Sustainable Development for the government of Belize. Please welcome him as a guest.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I see I have some of my Belizean colleagues that are here too, including Ambassador. Yes, as he mentioned, we are a coastal state, but we are still considered a small island developing state, right? Because we have a coast, we are situated in Central America, just below Mexico, and between Mexico and Guatemala, but we have the Caribbean Sea on the east of us. So you might have to forgive me if I have to go back to speak about inland and what we're doing inland, because as Minister mentioned, it does affect what happens within our ocean space. But just to put a little background in that, just 5 years ago, the World Bank, with its studies and an analysis, and considered Belize number 8 in terms of vulnerability out of 167 countries. So we are really vulnerable to climate change, right? We are right where all the hurricanes pass through. So if it's not a hurricane, then it's a flood. Right now we're having some serious flooding in the country. But we have to understand that for us to continue with the conservation for biodiversity, lands, that it is important to note that whilst Belize has 60% forest cover, has almost 40% in protected areas, it is not an easy task, and it has been done for many, many years, but it comes at a cost. It's an opportunity cost also, because we could have done otherwise. We could have developed the country, as Minister from Dominica mentioned. We don't have the super highways and the tall buildings and everything else. But what we have is that capital asset value, and we really have to look at it from that standpoint of how we can make an analysis of that asset value and how we can use it to continue with some of the conservation, but also to see how it can be used for development purposes. One of the assets that we have certainly is that for ocean space, and we have the largest living barrier reef, because Australian barrier reef is the largest, but we have the largest living barrier reef. But it will not be for too long if we don't address many of the issues and problems that are affecting our reef also, because there is a very strong coral bleaching. I was at the airport some 5-6 months ago, and I met with the representative from the World Bank who is stationed in El Salvador. She's a diver. She said, Minister, he said, I went down 50 meters deep, and the temperature of the water was almost as warm as it was on the surface. That's crazy. It's amazing. It's what we're going through. It's a real problem. Because we wanted to do all this conservation, to be able to manage it and to pass it out, we have to borrow. We have to borrow every year So when we came into office in November of 2020, right in the heels of 3 hurricanes, Nana, Eta, and Iota, we had a debt of 134%. So we had done in 2001 a small debt for nature swap with TNC of about 23,000 euros. So we thought, can we do it again? And yes, we did. Along with TNC now, we came in and we made this agreement for the blue bond, and they took up $550 million of our national debt, all our commercial debt. And we, in turn, agreed that we will do the conservation of 30% of our ocean space. When that occurred, we were at 50.5%. And the agreement said that by 2021, we had to go up to 20%. So in 2021, we scaled it up to 0.5%. And another part of the agreement is that by 2024, we have to go up to 25%. And just 2 weeks ago, we passed it in cabinet, and then the Prime Minister took it up to the National Assembly. And so, right here in November, we will sign up. It's been put into the Gazette, and it will become part of our law, and we will be up to 25%. And we are very hopeful that by next year, we will add in the next 5% to reach the 30% by 2026, 4 years before 2020. Now, it's not an easy task because now you have all these areas that are used by our fisher folk to earn their livelihoods, and they are complaining, what will they do? But when we look at how the species will propagate and get out of those protected areas, and eventually they will have where to fish. But because the project also needs some monitoring, we are thinking that, well, some of these fisher folks can be used because they know the space, and they will be able to do some of the monitoring. Some of them are already getting into tourism, so that we're trying to find alternative livelihoods for them. There's a PFP project that also came out of that, and so that's working along with the communities who live along the coastal areas, and so they are also being employed because they need to send their children to school, they need to buy food. So that's one area that we're looking at. But we also were able to put in a conservation trust fund into it of $180 million, with an endowment fund which will be $4 million per year for 20 years to raise $80 million. So it will work. So, but again, it has to be structured in such a fashion that we do. So we have to look at other areas where we can even look at the other capital assets and how we can do it. So here we are discussing the synergies between climate change and biodiversity. I think it should be not between but among what they call now the real trio, but also the other multilateral environmental agreements. Earlier this year in July, Belize, we did our presentation of our second iteration of our VNR report for the SDGs in New York. And it is then when you're doing that presentation, but before doing the analyses and studies, that you realize how there is this nexus amongst all of these conventions, and we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we have to work with all these conventions and also try to see how, because they're really closely linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, so we have to look at it from that standpoint. I think at the political level, many times we get into government and we don't plan out before. We have short-lived governments of 4 or 5 years. There's a lot of turf protection. I was happy because our Prime Minister was very ingenious in our ministry was called for the first time the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management. So there was a lot of policy cohesion. But unfortunately for me, maybe unfortunately in a way, about 4 months ago, they took away the disaster risk management fund, but it was a lot of work. But it is also in good hands because now it's within the new ministry, which is also again very proactive and forward-looking, in the ministry that's not only fisheries, but it is now Ministry of Fisheries and Blue Economy, and they now also have disaster response. So it is very important, and those are the things that we have to look at. So what else have we done? We have passed regulations on the elimination of single-use plastics. So by doing that, now we try to see how we can reduce the amount of plastics going into the ocean. But also we have a first phase that has been completed of a ridge to reef project. So we're looking at all the rivers, not only for plastics and other garbage, but for silt that's going in, the fertilizers that are going in, and then eventually affect our reef and the rest of the coast. I see here our colleagues from Cuba, who we brought in about 2 years ago, did a study and looked at some of the areas where we have coastal erosion. And now they were back about a week ago, just before we came here, and they will be back with the company to look at how we can do some reef restoration in one of our coastal towns, because it is really affecting. There is already some climate mobility. People are moving from a certain village, which was once our largest town, of about 2,400 inhabitants, and today only has about 240, not even a village, only a community now. But what happens, they have moved into another community, but that community is not prepared to hold them. Why? Because now you need more school space, you need more transportation, you need more health services, and then the human interaction where, oh, you're not from here, what do you do here? You want to take my job. So it is a problem too that we have to address. I can go on some more, but I know that you're totally
Thank you, Caribbean is not just talking but acting. Not just talking but acting. Now, I know Barbados boasts of champion female leader, but we also have in other islands some powerful emerging female leaders, and we have with us one of them from St. Kitts and Nevis, and she is no other than Honorable Dr. Joel Clark, Minister of Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment for the Government of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. You set me up, but my colleague ministers have essentially said everything that needs to be said, and I echo their sentiments and I support them. In particular, the sentiment shared by our youth leader. I really thought we were talking about the introduction. However, permit me for just about 5 minutes to share some context on behalf of SIDS and access to climate finance, because we know this year's COP is pushing that we cannot disentangle climate change from biodiversity. We have to keep them together and recognize that if we don't increase access to climate finance for SIDS, we're not going to be able to deal with what we are facing with biodiversity. So I'll just read some statistics shared. Recent Centro was dead, and Centro was dead. And that's a serious problem. And trust me, in St. Kitts and Nevis and in every Caribbean island, we cannot deal with debt upon debt while we're dealing with restructuring our economies. In fact, thank you for your patience. I was late today because we're having a national budget consultation at home. And St. Kitts and Nevis, our Prime Minister presented to the world over and over that we want to transition St. Kitts and Nevis to a sustainable island state. It has the task of leading this, but we welcome it because it's premised on 70 SDGs and premised on an ecosystem that's preserved, an ecosystem where we do have degradation, we can use nature positive solutions. But if you don't move the money, we can't do anything. And for St. Kitts and Nevis, we're not eligible for ODA. That's another problem. That's why we push and we're asking that very soon we adopt the use of the MDBI, because we're struggling, but we're also doing what we can do to make changes. And finally, as I reflect on the 30 by 30 agenda, for for a country that's 64 square miles with 52,000 people, we already have about 24% of our terrestrial space protected. When Nevis does, and we intend to champion that cause as an outcome of this COP, designate its protected areas, we're going to reach to 30% terrestrial. It's difficult for marine. So I share this reflection to say that the thought process behind 30 by 30 for the Caribbean region is what we can also welcome, because when, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, we welcome it because it provides greater support for islands like ours, which are struggling with meeting this designation, which have to do a lot of reorienting and changing for our budgets, for our economic development and our national physical development plans. When you designate more protected areas and farmers say hello, and persons who want homes say, well, why can't we? And I am the minister saying, but we have to protect the environment. I end by saying, it becomes a conversation of bread and butter versus the environment, and we never want to have that. We want to transition this narrative to the environment ensures that we can eat bread and butter. Thank you very much.
That sounds like a tagline that should go into the CBD agreement, right? Environment assures bread and butter. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister. And you know, we are not alone as a region. We need to connect with the globe, connect with other regions. And so we are very, very happy to have with us from the Republic of Sierra Leone, Honorable Jiwa Abdullahi, all right, who's the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and also representing the Ministerial Alliance for Ambition for Nature Finance. Welcome, Minister.
Thank you very much. I'll keep mine short, because I'm sure we've been here for a while. I've been listening to a lot of what's been said here. It seems that the Caribbean countries have the same issues. And it's great to see that there's collaboration, because there's strength in numbers. If we try to address a lot of these issues individually, it's kind of difficult. But if we can come together, our voices can be amplified. So, in Sierra Leone, when I talk collaboration, environment, climate change issues, issues that we address across governments. So it's nice to see that it's not just across government. Collaboration being extended. When we talk biodiversity issues, we don't respect borders. Biodiversity doesn't respect arbitrary borders. So without collaboration, you can't really address these issues. The minister before me, when she mentioned that you've been given climate financing in loans, the example that says someone comes in, wrecks your car, and instead of giving you, fixing your car, they say, hey, wait, you want to fix it? How about I offer you a loan to fix the car? But in essence, that's what's happening. A lot of our economies depend. Like you say, your economy depends on biodiversity. So that's why tourists come to St. Kitts. But if climate change, which for in Sierra Leone, climate change and biodiversity, we don't look at these in silos. For us, they're basically saying one feeds into the other. If climate change is causing issues to your wrecking your biodiversity, it essentially is wrecking your economy. And we need to have honest conversations. And that's what the Ministerial Alliance for Ambition on Nature Finance has been formed to do. So we can come together as countries that have the same issues and amplify these issues and say, look, here's the reality. We're facing these issues because over the years, countries of the north have been pumping out these greenhouse gases like nobody's business, and that's affecting us now. Now, it's there. It's a problem that we need to face. We want to work to resolve these problems collectively. And we think that nature offers a technology which should be a big part of the solution. Many of our countries have nature which can help be part of this problem, part of the solution, but it needs to be funded. I think for centuries we've had probably one of the biggest free riding issues here, where we protect the forest and other people benefit from it. But these forests are infrastructure, and we should treat it as infrastructure, and we should fund it as infrastructure that entire humanity depends on. Our lives depend on having this infrastructure in place. I think if more people can be part of the alliance, then we can amplify that voice to say, this problem was not created by us. That's dealt with. We have assets that can be part of the solution. We need to protect these assets. Depending on the country, some countries have kept it intact. They should be compensated for that, right? Because essentially they're providing infrastructure that everyone benefits from. For those countries where these assets have been degraded, there should be funding to restore these degraded landscapes, because that's going to benefit all of us. Regardless of where you are, whether you're in the north, you're in the south, you're an island state, you're a landlocked country, we all benefit from this shared infrastructure. The Alliance will be doing a press conference today. We'll be issuing a press release. Welcome all countries to be part of that. And again, there's strength in numbers. The more we can come together, the more we can amplify our voices, the more the message starts to resonate. Because otherwise there's a power imbalance, right? The global north, which it's not just the global, think of the OECD, they're very well organized. And if we are coming into this as individual countries, it's very difficult to have the voice. If we, however, are united and speak with one voice, then they'll take us seriously. I was in a meeting earlier this morning. I won't name names, but certainly it was quite upset because her voice was not being heard and her point of view was not being heard because the countries that have the power, their voices were being heard. And unless we start speaking with one voice, it's kind of hard to change that power dynamic. So, the Alliance will be releasing a declaration. There's 17 members now. The declaration is 30 by 30. 2 years ago, there was a commitment to double funding by 2025. The assumption was that funding was at 10 million. Turns out it was at 15 million. So, but a hard number was put on it, 20 billion, right? Which turns out not to be doubling anymore. It becomes 33%. So the Alliance is going to be speaking on that today. And we need to really step up the money. If you're building a bridge that costs $50 billion and you fund it for 20 billion, right? It doesn't work. The numbers don't add up. Either the bridge is not going to be completed, or it's going to be substandard. Either way, there's a disaster. Like that project isn't going to be fit for purpose. So we need to speak with one voice on that. Like the nature of the funding has to match the problem. Access to the funding has to be streamlined. We cannot say we've created these problems for countries through no fault of theirs. It's affecting their economies, and then say, oh, by the way, we'll lend you some money to fix your problem. Right? So, we need to have honest conversations about this. And the only way we can actually make progress is if we work as a collective and we collaborate on this. So I welcome all of you. I think the conference is at 3:30 today. As many of you that want to see what it's like before you join, but we welcome all. I mean, Caribbean has what, 14, 50 countries?
Yeah, about 16 plus.
Okay, 16.
Well, CARICOM.
Since is 40, 50 countries.
Yeah,
but CARICOM has about
but
16. That's a
yes,
lot.
yes.
All right?
Yes.
You add that, that's a lot.
Thank you, James.
I'm here for
Sorry. Hi, everyone. We're coming off an amazing panel. I'm still on a high, like listening to the ministers, they know what's going on in the region, right? If you notice, none of them weren't reading from paper, right? They knew, so it was very inspiring. Well, just quick introduction. I'm Ureta Samaru. I work at Conservation International, and I lead our work with the Global Environment Facility. So for those of you who don't know, so CI, we're a nonprofit. We've been around since 1987, but specifically in the region, in the Caribbean region. We work with civil society partners through the Critical Ecosystems Partnership Fund, the Blue Nature Alliance. We've done work in the Bahamas and the Dominican Republic. Most recently, we started working with McKinsey, the OECS, on looking at the Global Biodiversity Framework, and CI submitted a project with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund and Spaces on with 3 countries in the OECS. So we're hoping to have a GBFF project approved for the region soon. For this panel, first we're going to hear from Karen McDonald-Gale, CEO of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund, and then we're going to transition to experts on financing in the region. So just quickly, not quickly, but introducing Karen, who will give the opening remarks for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I did have a whole set of things written down. Because I'm with Arisa, it was just amazing, the first panel, the first discussion that we had, to have the ministers make the pronouncements and as she said, speak from off without script as to what's needed in the region and speak clearly. So we know what our challenge is, and the question and this discussion is about how the financing happens to make it real and on the ground. And you heard some of it from the ministers as to what they will be doing in the high-level sessions, and we have to match what needs to happen on the ground. We meaning all of us, everybody else, to make sure it can happen. And specifically, the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund was set up in 2012. We have a number of components. We do the more traditional project type grants. We have 2 facilities funded by the German government doing work on circular economy and ecosystem-based adaptation. Those are doing well and getting funding out to multi-country and local-based projects. And then we have our endowment fund and our work with National Conservation Trust funds. And that's our other message. Hopefully all of you were at the session, was it yesterday? I'm so lost on time. Monday, where we launched with the Global Environment Facility a paper on the value of conservation trust funds. And that's my message today, the value of working through the National Conservation Trust Funds and the CBF as a regional conservation trust fund to figure out what we do together for conservation and to what will work for getting all these pledges that we're hearing about down to the ground and in the fields and on the water in the Caribbean region. We've been working hard as ourselves with the REDLAC, the Network of Environmental Funds for Latin America and the Caribbean, to show the value of conservation trust funds. It's there. If you need the paper, we can get that to you. But also that in the small island developing state setting, it's even more important that government, of course, leads, but we are right beside them, and we need to be right beside them for them to actually have results on the ground. We heard a number of examples of this from some of the territories. Some in the room mentioned, some of the ministers mentioned the conservation trust funds and the results from blue bonds, etc. So it's very important that we just explain that it's a big part of what we want to make sure you all know, that there are funds that are existing and working. The project that we put in together with CI to the GDFF is through the conservation trust funds, because the governments do need the support. And it is key for us that we figure out how we make this happen together. So that's my main message. The rest is open for the discussion. We are happy to hear the ideas of, they're young. The concept of conservation trust funds, especially in the Caribbean in the Caribbean region, is new. So we're happy to hear the discussion of what could work, what might work, what we may need to think about differently and together. And I look forward to a healthy discussion on that. With that, I hand over to the panel. Thank you so much.
So, so I invite the panelists, let's come. So we have Mr. Chamberlain Emmanuel, so our moderator from the previous session. We have Sarah from the JEF. We have David from Conservation Finance Alliance, and we have Kevin from World Bank. So this panel it's an informal conversation. It's a conversation, which I will facilitate. Excellent. So, first questions for Head of OECS Commission, Mr. Chamberlain Emmanuel, very formal. So what are the major gaps in biodiversity financing in the Caribbean region, and how can the region address closing these gaps?
Sounds like the billion-dollar question. Okay, for me, I would probably frame it around three keywords. One is the issue of sustainability, and by that I mean the region has seen several injections of finance for projects, but the issue is, projects start and stop, and when that happens, then the good work sometimes, begins to deplete. So we need to find, mechanisms that are more predictable and sustainable. Okay? The second is the issue of scale. So even with some of the innovative mechanisms that are so many of them running around, we need to ensure that they are designed and customized for our space. There are many, nice words going around, but then when you speak to, those who are leading, say, well, countries too small, don't have enough space to make it viable. Okay, so that we need to ensure that they are designed for safe space. But the other part of scale is that as individual island countries, we have to think not just about doing it alone, but if we were to, aggregate collectively, then we may be able to position better to find something that works for us. And the third one is the issue of capacity. And that, just to use the example is connected with the first one, the example of GCF. I don't want to be a GCF basher. But the truth is, if I use the OECS islands as an example, the one country that has been able to get some sort of accreditation is Antigua and Barbuda. And in my humble opinion, what Antigua and Barbuda has done is not replicable. Too much. There's too much. It's almost like there's too much effort that to go into this to basically bring on an army, of people, etc. It's not replicable. You cannot expect every island in the OECS to do this. So we have to design things that fit our capacity, right? So that it can really be viable and replicable in the context of small island states. So that's the three things I think really for me.
Well, those are some fighting words. So now that we hear from the regional perspective, I think going to the World Bank, specifically looking at the finance, a bit about the financing. So how does the World Bank, how is it working to deliver Target 19 of the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework?
Thanks, Risa. I've changed the $1 billion question to the $200 billion question. I'm Kevin McCall, I'm a senior environmental specialist at the World Bank. I have a face. So the financing target gets a lot of airtime, but I don't think, it's one of a series of targets in the GBF, and we can't look at it in isolation. Right before 19 is 18, which talks about subsidies and perverse incentives. And there, in the world, there's over $1 trillion in subsidies and perverse incentives of various, whether it's subsidies for energy, agriculture, fisheries that end up coming to the public purse and costing more money than they generate in returns, and have a high cost on nature. So, I think the money is there. There are funding sources, and I know the negotiations to get there are difficult. But I think, overcoming the subsidies one is a huge. I think that's one of the sort of keystones in unlocking that discussion. Then within 19 itself, it's sort of an all shoulders to the wheel. There's the public finance target, there's private finances blended, room for innovation. I think we need to keep in mind what has worked really well, and you mentioned the conservation trust funds, and from my brief experience working in the Caribbean and with the Haitian Biodiversity Fund, with the Dominica Conservation Trust Fund, I know that there are models that work really well. And so it's about scaling up what worked well and making sure the financing goes to where it needs to. On innovation, the events here over the last week and more have been kind of showcasing what is happening on the innovation field. There's a lot of talk about biodiversity credits. Some of the ministers mentioned a lot of the Minister Agulo around treating it like infrastructure finance. And infrastructure finance, has a lot of instruments and a lot of innovation behind it over decades. And so learning from that and understanding what kind of financial mechanisms would work. It's biodiversity bonds, credits, there's a lot to unpack, and I won't go into some of the innovation, maybe we can talk about it later if you like. But our Minister of Belize was here, they're experimenting with bonds, the debt for nature swaps. There's some work going on there on blue carbon, which also has nature benefits. So there's some initial thoughts. I should just say that an agency like the JEF, when we talk about conservation trust funds, it's a really important role that an agency like the JEF has had in promoting the model.
Excellent. So you mentioned subsidies and policy reform, and subsidies and policy reform is actually one of the bodies of work that the Global Environment Facility is looking at in JEF 8, in the current cycle, and I hope for JEF 9 as well. And last Sunday there was a whole day dedicated to Target 18, that the JEF and the TNC and CI and a few others came together and led a whole day workshop on this. So with that, I transitioned to Sarah, Senior Environmental Specialist at the Global Environment Facility. If you could tell us a bit about how the JEF is working to deliver Target 9 of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and what is the JEF doing to advance the capitalization of the GBFF?
So thank you, Arissa, and it's really nice to be among some friends and meet some new folks here. I exist, beyond Kevin. Anyway, it was really interesting to hear the ministers talk, you guys talk, and to hear a lot of things that we've been talking about at the JEF. So I think one of our fundamental messages, and Karen knows I am a champion of CBF. I am trying to take you all, I want a CBF for the Pacific, I want a CBF for everywhere. And I really like the model. I'm talking to indigenous communities that are also wanting to build out their own funds and saying, let's talk about the model that the CBF brings with that. And so I think kind of one of our messages is that there are some institutions, sometimes we build institutions, We have to build out the institutions, but I think there are some institutions already that exist, and it's really important to go back to those. I would love to see the endowment grow of a lot of the National Conservation Trust funds, and that takes, you can use some TEF money to set up a hotel tax, to do all kinds of other outreach or other activities to be generating revenue into the endowment that then for perpetuity is providing resources on the ground in a way that is responsive and doesn't, you don't have to think of a big project. You can say, here's a specific need that we have, and you can ask for it and get it funded. I like to think that we have been pretty responsive, and I just want to highlight a couple of issues, kind of noting the fact that going with existing institutions, maybe relation to the current negotiations also. So the DEF has really fought to say that we are an environment institution. We are not fundamentally a development institution. That means that we have fought to continue to give money to non-ODA eligible countries. So no country, as long as you're a country, but Barbados gets resources from the DEF, all the kind of members here will be getting resources from the DEF because we have fought for that. We found kind of some of our loopholes to continue to do that and to have our entire pot count as ODA, which is important to the donors, but that has been high on our list. We, from JEF 7 to JEF 8, for many of the countries in the region, we doubled the star allocation system, which also is an example of another way that we have said, this is your money, this is your allocation, you are not competing with other countries to get access to it. And you have a SIDS team dedicated to you. So for us in the Pacific, Cuba is our biggest country in the region. We're listening, we want to make sure that you access your resources. We completely kind of overhauled. We have this special climate change fund, which is an adaptation fund. We overhauled the strategy and created, convinced our donors to have $3 million per SIDS. I know it's not much money, but saying, okay, again, this model where it is a set amount of money available to you, you apply with a project under the strategy, and you can receive those resources. Again, you do not have to compete against the Brazils and Colombias of the world, as much as we love our hosts here. And so I think that this kind of approach of recognizing that there are particular needs, and even in the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, what we did was kind of use those star allocations as our guide to how much money countries could access. It is a competitive process, and we didn't know how much money we were going to get, and it becomes very complicated. But what we did was ring fence the support to SIDS and LDCs aside. So we said, we will make sure that you all are continuing to access the resources. So I think this is where institutions like ours, the big ones, can make sure that we are responding to your needs. We're looking at ways to change, bringing in the MVI, Vulnerability Index, and some of how we do our decision making. I'm trying to push forward some conversations about supporting how we support project execution. Some of these things, it's one thing to allocate money, it's another thing to actually get a project done. And so, we're looking at a lot of ways to change, and I think that this is, I'm just always glad to be talking about conservation trust funds and to talk with Karen. I'm completely unbiased in the evaluation of a competitive project, right? But I'm really glad to be here with all of you and just kind of highlighting how, what is needed, because these are exactly the issues that need to be brought out very vocally within these contexts as well.
Thank you. So next we have Mr. David Myers, Executive Director of the Conservation Finance Alliance. So David, I have questions for you on the GFCR, the Global Fund for Coral Reefs. But before we get into that, maybe you could tell us a little bit about the work of CFA, in particular with the financing options for the region, if that's something you want to talk about.
Great. Yes. Hi, everyone. David Myers, and I am up there, but it's an M-E-Y-E-R-S in case you're looking for me. The Conservation Finance Alliance is an alliance of conservation finance practitioners and experts who's been around since 2002. And we produce the practice standards for conservation trust funds, as well as other guidance for finance for nature, including soon to be released WCPA guide for protected and conserved area finance. So look for that. You know, it's been great to see so much interest in finance for nature at this COP. It's a total transformation over how it was just 3 years ago when us and the trust funds were the only ones talking in a way about sustainable finance. So, and there are so many mechanisms. I think that it's important to recognize a few things. One is that there's no one sole single mechanism that is going to solve our finance needs. You need a portfolio. It was, mentioned sustainability is definitely a key thing. Stability is really key. Predictability. Governments are absolutely essential to be a key anchor source of funding, even if their financial and fiscal space is limited. They can provide guaranteed funding. They can cover salaries and basic infrastructure, and also I want to point out that governments have a mechanism to capture the value of ecosystem services and nature in ways that the private sector doesn't have, just for simple taxes, taxing income and profit and things like that. So government has a huge responsibility. Also, they establish the rules of engagement for any private sector entity that's going to interact with nature. So they really have a central role, and I want to always highlight that when we can. There are some great innovative approaches that I'll talk about now to get to the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which is an innovative approach that takes public money from bilateral donors, private philanthropy, and mixes it with some private sector money through different mechanisms, both large and small. So there's the investment fund run by Pegasus that's looking for larger projects, but there's also partnerships at smaller scale, so that, like for example, the Mesoamerican Reef Project run by Mar Fund works with a group that is experienced in building small companies and supporting small companies, new ventures, and they bring access to small investments, mostly debt type investments, that can, together with the technical assistance, give a reef, what we call a reef positive business, a real good chance of success. And we need many of those reef positive businesses across the region. And the interesting thing about the GFCR and the way that it's working throughout the world, which is around with 20 countries or so, is that a lot of the solutions, whether it's agriculture or sustainable tourism or sustainable fisheries approaches, can be replicated across the board. And I just want to highlight one investment which is really interesting, which is Carbon Wave. We heard earlier about sargassum, and they are a company that takes sargassum and converts it into useful products. So they're able to collect it, taking it off of the reef, taking it off of the near shore where it's a problem, and turning it into something productive. So very exciting to see that.
Thank you. So I'm gonna just go through some additional questions, but yes, that's fine with everybody. So for Chamberlain, so thinking about the work of the OECS with governments, and thinking about the three panelists that you have here, how do you envision OECS working with governments and the GEF and the World Bank and like different financing mechanisms to develop something for the region on the aggregate level, right? Not country by country. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. So initially, I guess I put forth what the problems were, right? So with that in mind, just a couple of years ago, 2023, our Council of Ministers would have given us a mandate to try to find a way to navigate this, and one of the mandates was to explore a sustainable financing mechanism. Now, it's not OECS becoming but it is consider what the gaps are. I mentioned the issues of capacity, the issues of scale, and
finding the right mechanism. And essentially try to develop an architecture for an ecosystem where member states would have pathways to access what it is that they need so that they can leverage the resources that may be available. And that to some extent would include at the OECS Commission having some sort of aggregated capacity so that we can give some sort of, direct assistance, possibly with project formulation, or if there's an opportunity for multi-country projects to come together, doing that sort of, intelligence and matchmaking. So we would have some sort of direct role. However, I think critically, also understanding the landscape of who are the strategic partners that already do things within what they call windows, right? So you may have someone who's mastering stuff in biodiversity or in climate or in ocean. Who can we bring into that ecosystem? Establish, partnerships, architecture, so that collectively, we can have this vehicle that can help collectively. And just to mention, CBF, I think, we've developing that collaboration with CBF, they are already doing excellent work. So it's not about reinventing the wheel, but making sure we design that full architecture, finding others, because they're not everything to everyone, but finding others who can form that architecture, also get some resources to build our own internal capacity, strengthen member states' capacity themselves, because for member states to be able to interact with us, and with each other, they also need some basic capacity. Make sure we build that full architecture together so we have a sustainable vehicle moving forward.
Thank you. So Kevin, question for you. So how has the World Bank, or how will the World Bank continue to work with SIDS to design innovative biodiversity financing mechanisms or financing mechanism schemes? Like how would the World Bank work with SIDS on this topic?
Okay, thanks. I mean, having listened to the minister speak this morning, as you noted already, they're very powerful advocates, and so it's a little bit about how we can work with SIDS. I hope that they're able to convince, everybody within the compound here in the Blue Zone. We're all already convinced. But if they speak like that to their ministers of finance, who in turn, in the G, whatever multilateral fora, speaking with other ministers of finance, I think that's a very powerful platform to bring the conversation to the finance field, and that the SIDS interest, the small island developing states' interests, are front and centre, as vocally as they were from our environment colleagues here today. I couldn't agree more with Chamberlain on the capacity front. I mean, if we go back to the finance question, people focus a lot on the quantity of the number, and not necessarily the quality of the spend, and I know that's something that gets bandied around a lot, but capacity is key to that, and I think, so what's happening in the World Bank, one example is the technical assistance that goes, it's very, in monetary terms and quantity terms, they're modest amounts, but quite significant in terms of the impact they have, capacity they build. And one of the, a couple of the ministers touched on the importance of scientific knowledge in decision and policy making. And so these modest amounts kind of leverage best available scientific knowledge and try and implement that into policies. But capacity building is a huge part of it, but these small funds, because these aren't large amounts that are necessarily needed for capacity building, and whether that's within a government, within the NGO community, even sometimes within the private sector. And that the capacity is there, technical capacity, but also then absorption capacity for these larger investments, then to basically enabling conditions for the larger investments. So our work on ProBlue, for example, you just hosted the Sargassum conference on ProBlue, providing technical assistance across the region on how to leverage Sargassum. We had a really interesting event the other day with your neighbours in Central America, what they're doing in terms of regional engagement on the Pacific. So to reach there in 2030, a number of countries, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama, will all also have Caribbean coasts, but they're collaborating on the Pacific side. So I think there's initiatives like that inform our approach more broadly to engaging those small animal.
Thank you so much. So I recognize we have 4 minutes left, so I just want to give David any closing words from you, like thinking about financing for the region and what we need to think about post-COP.
Just that there's, the Caribbean's a special place. It has special challenges, and I think the idea that came out earlier about trying to learn from each other and share what works best and group things and think about how you can use things like the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund as kind of a pooled resources. I think that's the right direction, I think.
And Sarah, last question for you. So what do we have to look forward to post-COP16 regarding Global Biodiversity Framework Fund?
Well, we had the start of this week, we had a pretty successful pledging session. So we had a new round of funding pledged at $163 million. And so we're working to get that programmed as quickly as possible. We actually already have 4 projects under implementation from the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. So that was started. We got the mandate to start working on that 22 months ago. So as far as international institutions, big international institutions go, I think we moved quite quickly on that. And are going right ahead, and we have mandate on things like support to indigenous peoples and local communities, and we can take that within the context of the Caribbean, wanting to get resources on the ground, trying to be unbiased, but I'm excited about the idea of working through funds, getting money on the ground, saying, you know what, like, yes, you might have your bigger GEF project or your big GCF project. Let's let or encourage the CBF and others to channel resources, to go through the National Conservation Trust Fund. There's no reason that a government can't say, you know what, we just want to hand this over to you. We want you to do this. We can come take some nice pictures with you and put out some nice stories. But to stop, to try to think that they have to take it on all themselves, we know that there are real just human resource limitations in a lot of these ministries. We can also call up OECS and say, hey, could you guys take on this chunk of activities that we would like you to do? We see that with SPREP in the Pacific. We've set up some really great regional work on invasive species as an example, something where definitely that technical knowledge is super important. And things like that, I think it is also important to look to your regional bodies, ask them for help. They can take activities on, then you're providing some support to them. They're doing stuff for you. You're not having to do it all yourselves. And then also you want to get resources on the ground, use your National Conservation Trust funds.
Excellent. So thank you so much to our panelists. And to close this afternoon's session, I'm going to invite Joaquin Labugle, Regional Program Officer from the Blue Nature Alliance, to give closing remarks.
Well, thank you very much, and I will try to be kind of very brief, but I think I would first like to start by really thanking the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund for putting this event together. For having 2 kind of amazing panels, one more focused on the political kind of vision on the 30 by 30 and this very kind of rich conversation about the different financial options that we have to actually close the existing gap. And I will try to be very brief, but at least share some of my reflections in relation to what we have heard today. And I think the first one is around that it's really clear, especially I think in the Caribbean, in comparison to other regions, the connection between the biodiversity crisis and the climate change crisis. Small island development states that are at the front line of the kind of suffering the consequences of climate change are really seeing the 30 by 30 agenda as well. And kind of as an adaptation kind of solution as well to mitigate kind of these effects of climate change that are really impacting on this. And so I think it's very interesting that interconnection in between the climate change crisis and the biodiversity crisis, and how kind of these 30 by 30 can be a solution or an adaptation strategy for that. And as well, just to say that even though it was very clear, and it's clear, and even from the ministers, that they are still struggling to find the right resources to kind of move with action, that we still, I think, have, or we have seen or discussed today, some interesting examples, leading examples. For example, the Dominican Republic, they shared how they were able to be the first Caribbean nation to reach the 30% way before 30%, and how they did that with collaboration, and as well kind of even by enhancing connectivity with neighbors such as Colombia, creating a binational kind of marine conservation corridor, and as well on the finance, for example, we saw the examples of Belize or Barbados, so that have been successfully executed a few kind of financial mechanisms. So I think that even though we have that gap, we have good examples that could lead the way to replicate in other countries. And as well the importance of, at the end, if we want to reach this, we want to have to work in collaboration and in partnership. And with that, I just wanted as well to share where I come from, that is kind of the Blue Nature Alliance, that as well is an example of that. The Blue Nature Alliance is a global partnership between the JEF, Conservation International, Pew, Mindoro Foundation, and Robert Melody Walton Foundation, which came together in 2020 actually to accelerate efforts globally and support governments on the 30 by 30 target, and both by supporting designations of new large-scale ocean conservation areas, but as well improving management of existing areas. And in the context of the Blue Nature Alliance, we have an active partnership with the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund for the Caribbean region, which has two main components. One around kind of relaunching a new kind of political vision for the Caribbean in this decade with these new goals, and as well as second one on enhancing regional sustainable financing. And we were discussing before the conservation trust funds in the region and all the network of conservation trust funds that are under the umbrella of the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. And actually, I think there are two more tangible kind of results that I think we are working on for the near future. That one is around launching the first MPA facility for the region, which is one of those key components that we are looking to have a specific facility with earmarked funding for marine protected areas for the region housed at the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. And a second one around launching a Caribbean vision for the ocean, a 30 by 30 Caribbean vision for the ocean. And so I think this was a very interesting stepping stone, but I would like to conclude as well by inviting all of this group to continue this conversation at the UN Ocean Conference in 2025, where we are hoping as well to be able to finally kind of conclude this journey on the elaboration of this new vision, and hopefully launching with ministers and the governments and all the relevant stakeholders as you this new vision for the upcoming decade. So thank you very much, and thank you for the CBF as well.
That's the end?
We just take some pictures. And then
Okay. That's why I just look at the person to know.
yes. Where to hold? Give her some credits. Yes.
Good day, everybody. To all the kelp lovers of COP. So we'll go through, but we can just have this as a fairly conversational, for your interest, how we might build on what we're doing, kind of kelp work that's happening around the world, and try to bring some productive things. So we're going to look over the state of the world's kelp forest, which is an assessment of how much kelp is protected and restored, as well as start seeing some of the work that the Alliance has been doing in the Kelp Forest Challenge. And I don't have to ask the question about how many people in the room know about kelp forests, but let's have a little tour of the biodiversity that we find in our kelp forests around the world. You find sharks with 7 gills soaring through the trees, creatures with 3 hearts in the underground bush, and sites. This is northern Vancouver Island up in God's Pocket, a little bit make a bird watcher jealous. We have these incredible hotspots of biodiversity around about a third of our world's coastlines, and that's within 50 kilometers of 750 million people. So this is quite arguably the largest marine habitat, biological marine habitat we have on the planet. As a little bit of a shortcut to where we find kelp, just go outside the tropics, and you probably have a kelp forest. In addition to the distribution, they're also incredibly valued from an economic standpoint. So we've done some analysis that found kelp forests through fisheries, carbon sequestration, nutrient removal, are worth about $500 billion annually in potential economic value. And that's for 5 or 6 key major genera around the world. Though there is some data missing and services missing, so that value is undoubtedly higher, but this is our sort of first pass at highlighting the true support that these systems are providing for our coastal societies in these regions. And they're not immune to the threats that you find to other marine ecosystems. They might receive less attention, but they're just as threatened, or arguably just as threatened as ecosystems like coral reefs. And we've seen near total collapses of kelp forests in places like Tasmania, which has lost 95% of its giant kelp. Northern California, 95% of its bull kelp. Japan and Korea have seen steady declines in their kelp forests around the world. Though we do have hope spots. Southern Chile and Argentina, for instance, have fairly healthy, stable kelp populations, as does northern Alaska, areas that just tend to be colder, removed from human impact populations. But generally, we've been seeing about a 2% decline annually in our kelp forests over the last 50 years. And this is what that means for the ecosystem. You go from this incredibly rich, diverse, structured, biodiverse place to a desert, essentially. Something that's depopulated of habitat, of species, often dominated by sea urchins. That's that. And then this then isn't communicated really at the international level. So in 2021, every time kelp forests were mentioned in international policy documents, seagrass was mentioned 8 times, salt marsh 20, coral reefs 38, mangroves 43. So that's a really large discrepancy in the international attention, despite the fact that these systems occur over most of our coast and support a whole swath of economic, cultural, and social activities. And this policy interest translates into funding. So as an example, in Australia, for every $1 that was invested in a kelp forest, $13 were invested in coral reef conservation and research. Sorry to the coral folks in the back of the room, we're just just calling out the coral folks in the back of the room, getting all the funding from us. But this is really remarkable in Australia because 2/3 of Australians live within 50 kilometers of a kelp forest. Most Australians live next to kelp, but the Great Barrier Reef is what receives the attention, the funding, and the support. And so we've created the Kelp Forest Alliance to try to start to remedy some of these problems, start to increase the profile of kelp forests internationally, increase research, share information, and really just promote the protection and restoration of kelp forests and the benefits that they're providing to all these people all around the world. And these are really key and major cities in our global population, right? This is New York, Los Angeles, Vancouver, London, Tokyo, Seoul, Cape Town, Santiago, all kelp cities. People just aren't. Valparaiso. Yeah, sorry, Santiago's a little too far. Draw a bigger bubble. Greater Santiago region.
Weed kelp in Santiago.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we've done this by taking a really grassroots approach. We've just started working with the people doing kelp conservation around the world. And we're now up to about 570 people across 320 organizations. Every country that has a kelp forest is represented, though some areas are better represented than others, often with a very English-leaning bias, but we're trying to have this fully global approach and bring everybody on board and build this grassroots global movement for kelp forests. So there's about 25 countries that have a kelp forest, and we have a few people in countries that don't have a kelp forest but are participating in some way, which is why that number is 27. And with this on-the-ground community, we've created a data platform for people to share information and upload the results of their restoration projects. So right now you can go on the kelpforestalliance.com and you can see all the restoration projects that we've cataloged to date, and new restoration projects can be added to the platform with admin approval, and then this keeps the database essentially live and updated and fresh and continually tracking how we're doing in the work to protect our kelp. So as of today, there's about 18,800, almost 19,000 hectares of kelp forests that have been restored across 240 projects, about 560 people. There's a whole information hub that goes behind this as well. So in addition to tracking the restoration projects, we also track the documents and the tools and institutions, people, and organizations that are doing the work. So all the information is then interconnected, and people can follow the data essentially to understand where it's coming from, who's producing it, and how to get in touch with people behind it. We'll track the restoration benefits or the ecosystem benefits as well. So in addition to the area restored, we get information on how many fish are coming back, how much carbon is pulled out of the atmosphere, how much nutrient is removed from water, how many jobs are created, the dive visitors, anything you can think about that's attributed to a kelp forest, we can find tracked on our platform. And we've also created these data standards to help the community upload data in a consistent fashion, so things are being standardized and the data is comparable across projects. Working to create best practices in the field. We have a restoration guidebook, sort of A to Z, of you just want to think about restoring a kelp forest to you want to share the data from that restoration project, taking users through the whole set of processes that are involved in that action. We're also working on best practices for site selection and thinking about how kelp forests and blue carbon credits fit into project finance. So we posted a webinar on the subject and have a grant now pending to develop some standards related to blue carbon credits. We also have a little attempt at keeping things interesting, educational. We try to do a lot of outreach and communication. So we've just finished hosting the first ever Kelp Forest Photo Awards. You can go online and see a whole variety of photos that have been submitted from around the world. We ended up with 370 submissions from 17 countries and selected some really beautiful entries as the finalists and the ultimate winners of this competition, just showcasing the diversity and the sort of unknown beauty of kelp forest. I won't make you sit through the movie, but we also create short films related to kelp and talking about that connection to the ocean. So this is just a short clip from when we...
Our oceans are critical to...
No, that's far too loud. well, that's okay, I can just show them after. Essentially, is a 20-minute short film exploring the relationship we have with restoring our ocean, where it's still a bit taboo to do ocean restoration in the ocean, whereas it's much more accepted to do ecosystem restoration on land, and just exploring that dynamic and how we might need to change it. On to the action side of things, we've created the Kelp Forest Challenge to try to protect and restore 4 million hectares of kelp forest by 2040. And we've now received 32 pledges from 8 countries, 55,000 hectares for restoration, and have a whole variety of different ways to get involved. So organizations can do research to inform conservation, they can lend their skills to enable conservation, knowledge to educate the general public or the practitioners, area-based pledges themselves, the actual area for restoration or management, arts to inspire, funds to mobilize, or just campaign for action. Really trying to find different ways to get anyone involved in kelp forest conservation. So I'm scared to press the volume, but we'll see. Nice. So this is a business that runs a robot that cleans ship hulls. But they're now applying that technology to do ecosystem monitoring and reporting for kelp forest, and also thinking about how they might use that in doing restoration itself. So they're loading their tech in kind and their R&D in kind try to advance kelp conservation. We also have an artist who's created a song and a little music video. There's an 8-foot harpsichord. Just as a sort of different way, again, to connect people to think about these ecosystems. So she's done a few tours now across the southeast coast of Australia, just playing the song, showing the video, and getting people to talk about kelp. There's more sound coming.
Oh.
We also have had a media company work with us to help generate awareness around kelp forests with sort of social media savvy. I need somebody else, not just anybody else. Just again, thinking about different communication approaches. I quite like this one. I listened to that little clip on repeat for a while, for the first few days that it came out. So yeah, really just finding different ways for people to plug into the challenge and get involved. But in terms of how we're doing on the ground, there's no more sound after this, don't worry. We've created the State of the World's Kelp Forest to provide that assessment and then start providing that information to government so they can advance the restoration and protection progress in their country. So of the 1 million hectares that we targeted for restoration, we're now about almost 20,000, so only 2% of that target, with the vast majority of it taking place in South Korea, with the US, Japan, and Norway making up the bulk of it. After that, and every other country essentially being in the experimental stage with 1 to 10 hectares of kelp forest restored in their area. In terms of the biome that's protected, and I say biome because we don't have actual maps of where kelp exists everywhere in the world, it's just model predictions. We find that about 16% of the kelp biome is protected, with some countries having that well above 30% mark, like Japan, France, and Great Britain, and other countries being much, much farther behind, Italy, New Zealand, then all have different levels of protection status to that too. So while we find that 60% of it is protected on average, only about 2% of that is in highly protected areas, and a lot of that is just uncategorized, so we're not really sure about how effective, how implemented, or really what strategy is being applied to that conservation protection in those areas. So while this is the first glimpse of information, we really need to dig deeper into what the protection statuses are, how effective they are, and sort of implementation standards. Come join the bustling crowd of kelp. Fit in somewhere where you can. We're coming towards the end, but you can catch the last bit. Thinking about just where people are doing kelp conservation. So we see, and this is what we have mapped in our community, so again, there are language and institutional biases to this, other network institutions, really trying to bring everybody to stay connected with all of this work. We've also created a roadmap for how to scale up kelp conservation to reach this 4 million hectare target, providing information across every step of the process, from stressor mitigation to arts and communication, indigenous empowerment, science and technology, future approaches, and trying to provide really practical steps at the global level. And then we'll take that to start creating country-specific areas, or country-specific roadmaps and action plans to set targets by country and define actionable steps to achieve those targets within each country with this sort of network of people that we collected. So we'll continue to work on refining the available data, gathering pledges and support to fulfill the challenge, and continue to work on different working groups and priority research areas. And there we have it. That is our presentation on kelp forests. Questions from the audience?
I do have one. You show a chart where you said that the projections of the kelp, and I saw Mexico like fully protected.
Yes, so we hummed and hawed a little bit about how quickly to publish this data, because there's A, problems with the protection status, and B, problems with the kelp distribution. So it's the best available data, But there's more kelp in Mexico than was mapped in the biome that is not in those protected areas. So the real value for Mexico with updated data would be much lower. So essentially we've put this forward as sort of the best available approximation, and then we'll continue to publish updated versions of it as the data is refined. But we essentially felt that given the short timeline that countries are having to act for 2030, that as opposed to waiting another year, year and a half to publish it, to get the first version of it and then just improve it and be quite transparent about what changes from version to version. And that'll be part of the sort of action plans for each country, is looking at these values and figuring out what needs to be refined and how do we refine it to provide better approximations, getting better kelp maps and better MPA maps in those regions. So, no need to raise your hand.
No, I have a question about funding. How you fund the alliance?
The Nature Conservancy was a big initial partner. It's a fairly new operation, so like our budget's not very big. It's maybe 200,000 Australian dollars a year, most of which is salary, and then some operational things for like coming to COP or hosting the website and things like that. So TNC, private philanthropy, we've had some luck. So then we're looking at sort of scaling that up to a larger amount and finding larger institutions or organizations or foundations that might want to see this work grow. And then we can have, say, Kelp Forest Alliance Chile or Kelp Forest Alliance Norway, and really build up the network and the capacity within that network. If you know anybody who wants to fund it.
Okay. Well, we do have Nature Conservancy in Chile, and I know that the marine team is working in kelp, but it's in relation to the fish species, because there's a small scale fisheries on the fish, but they're not regulated, so they're trying to manage that part of the kelp forest.
Okay, yeah, I think they're starting to work a little bit more with Nature Conservancy in California, so we've had some sort of preliminary conversations about integrating that work and just making sure people are communicating and also, but yeah. Anyone who's interested, we're happy to have a chat, collaborate, either with work or with funding or operations. Questions from the back? No, answered all yours. No. Easy. Well, thank you all for coming. No. We'll see if we can get 10 people at our next one. Thanks for putting us up.
Sorry for the audience. We take a last picture, maybe.
Yeah, sure. Throw up the title slide.
We'll see if it will be posted, but I will go first on the next one.
That's brilliant. Yes, it feels like it.